Yo,
That boy Jerry
whose
Jones.
whose man's
Oh
is this?
man.
Hang on, whose man's? Oh wait a minute, that's us. Where'd Jerry go? I lost. Hold on, man. My there it is. There's Jerry. I lost Jerry. Hold on. Whose man's is this? Oh man,
DA zone.
DA zone. They're in the zone. Oh man.
Even Damian knows it's not DA zone.
Right. Even I know. Come on, Jerry. Does Jerry own the zone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he has some stake in it. That boy Jerry is rich. Like for him to start the what is it, like the distribution company and then sell that to the NFL.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was a good move.
Yeah, boy.
That was a damn good move.
DA zone.
Hey, that's how you know you're rich. You don't even got to say nothing.
You ain't got to worry about it.
You still cutting the check to have this fight here. So I can say it however I want.
Tomorrow, it's been announced that the zone has changed its name to DA Zone. No word on what's caused this change, but apparently that's what's happening. That is what's happening. Oh, man.
DA Zone.
Oh, man.
I could eat, like, people call it dazzing, and I can see that. I understand. Like Jesse said, I understand how you could get it wrong, but how you go DA and then zone, I don't know. And these are the people that you've been doing business with for the last 6 months.
DA Zone. It's in the can.
Oh, there was nothing more hype than hearing that.
Oh man.
The Jesse generation will never know. Never know hearing that. EA Sports. It's in the game.
It's in the game. Time to play the game.
I ain't play no EA Sports, man. Or not no well, I take that back. I take that back. I guess they might say that on Madden. But you didn't play no NBA Live. That's what I was thinking about when I Wow. It was no good by then, by the way.
Lazy, what's up, man? Lazy in there on the bank shot account.
Yes, sir.
You know what it is. What's good? The game 916. You know how we roll. Hey, Makers Misfits. What's happening, baby? Rich. See you in here. Chiron in here. Oh, what's up, Black Bottle? Black Bottle says he's working from the house today.
Hey.
Black Bottle's working from the house today.
You see the shirt, man. You see what we repping over here. We repping the set. You know what I mean?
You know what it is. You know what it is. Will Z. What's happening, Will Z? Will Z been going to Will Z already been he been working hard this morning.
Was he more charts?
Time to go to work. Yeah, he did some charts on he did a chart on it's an interesting one. I'm gonna have to get back with Will on how to decipher this. But he did like when Monty's players, like when you add like how much Monty's players contribute to wins. It's an interesting. Is that the number on the side, Will, that says 1 to 10, 20, 10 to 20? Is that total minutes? Is that what that number is? Because it's pretty interesting.
He's done a great job with reconstructing this roster on the fly.
Percent of minutes. Okay, gotcha.
I like everybody's brought in. I feel like everybody's brought in has contributed, and I'm serious. I'm interested in seeing this Louis King boy.
Yeah, I like what I met Louis King.
I'm interested to see Louis. I don't know when we see him, but
we saw him yesterday. 59 seconds.
He played at the end. I didn't see the end of the game.
59 seconds.
I saw we had a Ramsey sighting though.
We
did
have a Ramsey sighting. We did have a not our Ramsey. Where is Ramsey? Come think about it. Where is everybody?
Watching baseball. Ramsey was in here earlier. There we go. He was first.
Ramsey here? Yeah, he had the happy birthday Willie Mays tweet. Man. Text, message, chat. Warren already in here? All right. You got okay. Leezy's in here on multiple accounts.
I'm gonna let you know how much I'm feeling.
Oh man, here we go. Oh, here we go.
No.
Hey, you know what? Oh, just in time.
Friday will be one of the hottest Fridays of all time.
Maybe we should bring these black bottles a little bit closer. And we in here, baby.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on. I just got to ask the question because I've been trying to figure this out for the last 12 hours. What the hell is going on?
Oh, I'll tell you what's going on right now. The Black Bottle Boys in the house, man. It's D-Lo and KC here on this Thursday edition on ESPN 1320. We're so thrilled that you are here with us. We have a packed show for you today. Dorell Wright's going to be with us at 12:50.
Hey.
Deuce Mo are going to be with us at 1:47. Hey. Bobby Marks of ESPN is going to be with us at 3:20. And let me tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, it's happening.
Oh, yeah.
It's
okay. What did he say? Oh, my God. Okay. It's happening.
It is happening. Ooh. The Sacramento Kings will play a meaningful basketball game late in the season tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
Let's go.
The Sacramento Kings just went 4-0 on a road trip in which De'Aaron Fox did not play a single minute.
Stop it.
In which Harrison Barnes was absent, in which Tyrese Halliburton got hurt, in which Marvin Bagley seemed to emerge as an entirely different human being. Ladies and gentlemen, I will say it to you again. It is happening.
Once again, Damian, what the hell is going on?
Bruh, I don't know. Hey, you're astute analyst here. Your boy, this is why ESPN pays me the big bucks. I said yesterday, I told you, I'm going to pat myself on the back. I said, KC, Oklahoma, I don't know, man. Oklahoma City, 103 ain't going to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
And you're damn right 103 didn't get done. Took 104. Kings scored 104 points yet. The thing that they're good at, offense, they scored,
partner.
What, 6, 7, 8 points below their average. They held a team under 190. They gave up 93 points yesterday. Not in a half. Not in a half. Not in a quarter. The Sacramento Kings gave up 93 points in the entire game yesterday. Well, what's sort of, this is that episode of Seinfeld. It's Bizarro World. What is happening?
The defensive juggernaut that is the Sacramento Kings.
Tom Thibodeau has infiltrated the spirit of Luke Walton and the New York Knicks have infiltrated the spirit of these Sacramento Kings. And you said it here. You're going to say it again. It's going to be the theme of the day. What the hell is going on? Bro, I don't know, but I'm here for it.
And I'll tell you this. First of all, Kings win.
Hey.
Come on. They'll give them another one because they won all four on the road trip.
And hit it again.
All four on the road trip. Got to give it to them.
I'm with it.
Got to give it to them.
I'm with it.
But Damian, I said that Friday was a big game regardless.
Yep.
I said that I thought they were going to lose yesterday. They ended up winning. But I was like, it doesn't matter. Friday's big regardless. And I said, they take care of business on Friday and Sunday. I'll come in here on Monday and I'll be locked in. Well, I lied because
I'm going to run wild.
I'm ready. I'm ready right now. I talked about Monday. I'm ready right now. Let's go. I'm ready.
I'm ready now.
Woo! I'm ready now. I ain't waiting for Monday.
And he's ready now. Wearing, diamond ring wearing,
now.
kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun.
I'm ready now.
And I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. Come on, man.
I'm ready. Damien, look, man, I went through the research, and we talk about not making the playoffs in 15 years. There's about a week and a half to go in the season, maybe a little less than that, maybe about a week, almost week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't played a meaningful game this late into the season in 15 years.
Yeah.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Absolutely.
Lucy, I don't give a damn. Put the
Do whatever
ball
you
right
want with
there.
the football. Yeah.
I'm going to be Robbie Gold right now. I'm coming up to kick that thing. And if you move it, so what? I don't care. I'm in. I'm locked in. Friday is the biggest game this city has seen in 15 years. Let's go.
True story. My man is not wrong. My man is not wrong. And there is no reason to be curmudgeony. There is no reason to be cranky about it. There's no reason to worry about draft picks or ping pong balls. It's what sports are about, man. It's about the emotion. It's about fun. Have fun.
Yes.
Have fun. This is fun.
This is a great time. I mean,
and you know, can I tell you what's fun?
Crazy.
I try to tune this out. Can we shout out our man Johnny Do It? Can we shout out our man Johnny Do It over on YouTube? Who says y'all got Dorell Wright as the caption on YouTube? His name is DeLon. Yes, Johnny Do It. His name is DeLon Wright. But his brother, the analyst on NBC Sports Bay Area, Dorell, is going to join us coming up at 12:50.
Yes, indeed.
17-year pro basketball player is going to join us, and he'll tell us when he knew that DeLon was the man to lead the Kings to the promised land.
Hey, man, I was going to say, put some respect on his brother's name. Now I'm going to do that because 23, 6, and 7 last night after what he did the other night in OKC, after what he did against Dallas. I'm putting some respect on that man's name.
Give us a call right now, 916-349-1320. Give us your De'Aaron Fox trade proposals, and we will. That's not serious. Please don't do that. We'll just hang up on you. Don't do that. We're kidding. We're having fun. And DeLon Wright, man, give that man all the roses. And there's lots of roses at Fig and Vine. If you're listening, man, there's roses to go around, man. Get busy
indeed.
Because we've got some roses to hand out to. We've got some roses to hand out to Buddy Hield.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
We've
we do.
got some roses to hand out to DeLon Wright.
Yes, we do.
We've got some roses to hand out to Marvin Bagley.
Yes,
the third.
Do. Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's gotta be Damien. That's gotta be Damien.
I will hand out a single rose. I will hand out a single non-yellow rose to Luke Walton.
Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know how. I don't know why, but I'm not going to diminish his involvement in all of this.
I don't know either. I don't know. I can't.
He deserves more than a yellow rose.
Hey, I would love to point to say he's doing this differently. I can't point to nothing. But he's in control.
Don't know.
His name's on the test, Damien. That's what I always say, right? His name's on the test.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's different. I honest to God don't. Like I mean, I know what I see. Let me say that I know what I'm seeing. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why that it's happening now. I don't know why the absence of so many key players is resulting in outputs like this. Certainly, DeLon Wright is getting an opportunity that he hasn't had in a Kings uniform, and that has to account for something. But you know, Buddy been here. Like Buddy's vocal.
Buddy is vocal.
Buddy's helping run the offense.
Hold on. Dare I say, Buddy is a leader out there? Dare I say?
I don't have air horns. Like, yo, that's a true story, man. That's happening.
I mean, it's crazy. And then Jason, well, before I get to Jason, Cole says, give him a few roses and a pink slip.
Hang on, man. Ain't no talks of pink slips today. Well,
we got to
we'll Bobby Marks is connected. We're going to talk to him,
okay.
You know, and we'll get his opinion on it. But I'm not we don't need to hit on that today. That ain't the time for it. There's a time and a place. And
not today. Not today.
It ain't today.
Not
it ain't today. And as Roddy says, oh, good question there from Jason A. Mark over there on YouTube. He says, does this mean Marvin is back in the core?
I'll tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. And I thought
it's special when you say it twice.
Chris, core. I thought about this yesterday, and I was watching this game and everything, and I see this man dominating. And I said, we talk about trade, we talk about, what they want to do in conversations. The reality of the situation is, Damian, the Kings can have Marvin Bagley here as long as they want him to. He's on a rookie deal. They got control. If they want him here for the next 5-6 years, he don't have no options. Even if he don't want to be, even if he said, I don't want to be here. Okay. Turn down this $100 million deal or $80 million deal. Turn it down. Matter of fact, you can't. Because even if somebody signs you to put an offer sheet out there, he's a restricted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
So I say all that to say, by those standards alone, hell yeah, he's part of the core. If you want him here, Monty McNair, he's here. Absolutely.
Is Monty sitting around going, is Monty just sitting like in the office going, I'm not sure if my job just got significantly harder or significantly easier. like what's it? See, Monty strikes me as a guy who is not, because of our vast experience with Monty McNair. He strikes me as a guy who is not he is not emotional, or as my partner would say, he doesn't get a little emotional.
No, he doesn't.
He's not going to he's not breaking out the Black Bottle Boys tonight or last night. He's not hitting the air horns when his team does probably what he expects them to do.
Yeah.
But, and I don't know how this season is going to end. Said this yesterday, it is mathematically possible for the Sacramento Kings to lose the next 9 games. Mm-hmm. Can't happen unless they, carry it over into next season.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, they'd have to go.
And believe me, if they lose a couple in a row to end this season, I'm going to be watching the start of next season. Best believe that. But I think is he sitting there yo, what is happening right now? Why? What? Or maybe he's thinking, this is what I bought Terrence Davis here for. This is what I brought DeLon right here for. No, I didn't bring them in to replace De'Aaron Fox because he's out in COVID protocols. I didn't bring DeLon Wright in because I expected my rookie star to be injured. No. Not that. I expected them to play major roles and help in the win-loss category. Yeah. And that has absolutely been what they've done. And I can't wait to see what Louis the King offers the Sacramento Kings.
Louis the King gonna be MVP candidate the way
he might be.
The way Monty finding these guys.
He might be. You ain't never met Louis the King. He played 59 seconds last night. I was so happy to see. I'm gonna get me a Louis the King jersey. We're gonna step out. We're gonna come back. When I tell you today's show is gonna be lit, boy, that is exactly what I mean. We are gonna have a blast. Today, we're going to be talking Kings basketball all day long. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can, 916-349-1320. Chat house already jumping in here. We here, baby. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're handing out roses. We're talking meaningful basketball, and we're going to dive into this Marvin Bagley situation with D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You know what it is, baby. The Black Bottle Boys in here as the summer days arrives. It was 95 degrees yesterday. It was a perfect time to pour some McQueen in the violet fog, kick back, put my feet up, and see what the Sacramento Kings bring us. And, man, they brought us another victory. And that victory McQueen tasted just a little bit better, which is tough to do. McQueen in the violet fog, quality in every bottle. It's already flawless. That Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. You know what we say, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. And you can get yours right now. Drizzly.com. You can order it. You can have it delivered right to you, or you can pick it up at your favorite retailer. And for whatever reason, your favorite retailer doesn't have McQueen in the Violet Fog, if you're trying to celebrate another victory and McQueen ain't in stock, let us know. Let Kenny know. Let me know. We'll get you set up because we'll let our man Ben know, and he'll make sure your favorite store gets the re-up there. Once you try it, send us a note over at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog on social media, particularly on Instagram. We want to spread the word. We want to share with the world. We want to share with the entire valley about the best gin in the world. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. And while we may be celebrating a little bit, I want to remind you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. You got 113.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh, is that right?
That's I can't make no promises, but if they
Shalom.
If they catch the playoff spot, come on now.
Bonte, I missed this live. Bonte dumped champagne on his head.
Why?
When he joined us. He go back and wait. I missed it too. Go back to the very beginning of the clip. When Bonte joins us, he grabs his bottle, he takes a drink, and then he pours some on the top of his head. He poured so little though, it just like sat there. Like it didn't roll down. He didn't go all Chris Bosh in the locker room. It like he just poured it and like the champagne just sat there. So you got I was like, yo, how did I miss that?
How did somebody pointed out?
No, Jesse sent me the clip and I was just kind of looking at it and
that's funny. I
was like, yo, Bonte went full okay. Yeah.
That is some
he sure did.
Stuff.
He sure did. That's good stuff. Bonte, you one of them black bottle boys?
Absolutely.
We got to get Deuce and Mo some black bottles, man, so they could join the crew.
I got a lot of people that told I was going to get some bottles. Gotta get the Pete brand out there.
Well,
I got that.
Yeah, we got. We'll wait for the re-up though. I mean,
I got McQueen. Everything about to pop off tomorrow night.
Considering so many of my bottles are now decorations, I got to wait for the re-up.
Right.
I actually drank one behind me and had to replace it when I was making them French 75s the other day.
Ooh, that looked good too, by the way.
Oh man, you missed, bro. The citrus kick in the McQueen. Oh, I'm trying a couple of things out tomorrow night.
I really feel like
out tomorrow night.
I'm not even gassing it up, man. I really feel like I don't think there's anything you can mix the McQueen with and it won't be bomb.
I'm with that.
Like it's that good. I think I've had 3 different like mixes or something, and it's just flawless every time.
Okay. Oh, what you mean? Like y'all got the same stuff I got? Like, I mean, you guys are always welcome. You know that. You guys are always welcome. Hey, is there another team in the league? Is there another fan base in the league? 2.5 games out of the play-in
out
spot.
Of the play-in, by the way.
Out.
Not in there.
Is there another fan base in the league 2.5 games out of the play-in as excited as the Sacramento Kings fan base right now?
Absolutely not.
Man, that's all right, though.
Toronto Raptors fans are not feeling this way. Wolves fans are not feeling this way right now. Hell, Pelicans fans are not feeling this way right now.
I don't know where I don't know where the Bulls fit into that conversation. I don't know what the expectations were. Toronto's got a ring. You just mentioned New Orleans. They're below expectations. You can make the argument that the Kings are below expectations too, but the fact that it's just like, yo, we're having a conversation. We're going to talk about last night's game. There is a lot to talk about last night's game. When we talked about, we'll get to Marvin and we'll get to Buddy. You know, we'll hand out the roses to everybody. Terrence Davis, DeLon Wright, Dorell Wright, his brother, not a typo, is going to join us coming up at 12:50. Of course, Dorell covers the Golden State Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area, but I'm guessing he's got a watchful eye on his brother as well. Mm-hmm. He'll be with us coming up here in about 30 minutes. Deuce Mo in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll even get to this. I think we should start here because I don't think we're going to spend a lot of time on this. So our sincerest apologies to the Indiana Pacers and their organization.
Well,
We said yesterday, perhaps, with the reports from Adrian Wojnarowski with some dissension with Nate Bjorkson and the coaching staff and the players that, perhaps tomorrow, we said this yesterday, tomorrow would be a really good day to figure it out. Mm-hmm. Perhaps everything should hit a boiling point tonight.
Damn, that was spot on. And
then y'all figure it out tomorrow. Sometimes D'Lo and Casey have been known to speak things into existence. Exhibit A, D'Lo and Casey exist. Exhibit B, D'Lo and Casey's a 4-hour show. So sometimes we believe in the power of positive energy.
That's right.
So sorry, Pacers organization, y'all can fix it today, and we appreciate y'all for we appreciate you for hitting a boiling point yesterday where it really looked like one of your assistant coaches and one of your players were gonna throw hands there on the floor.
That was crazy.
I ain't never seen nothing like that. At least not with a coach and a player.
Neither have I, especially not on that level, at least. On the NBA level, that was crazy. I saw him yelling, and me, I'm always a little instigator. So when I see somebody yelling at the refs, I'll be like, "Oh yeah, tee him up, yeah." And then I realize, no, there ain't no rep over there. Is that the player he's yelling at? What? Greg Foster. Greg Foster was out of pocket last night. That was. What do you think about that? I think he was out of pocket.
Did you see what my man said to him?
He did. I did see that.
I told you. I told Kenny this earlier, and I'll tell you. I actually love both of them. the fact that Greg Foster got up and yelled at my man. What was I know what his name. I don't know how to pronounce it, but he's yelling at him, and my man comes down, hits a three, goes back, and he looks at him and he says, "Sit your ass down." I appreciate that. And the fact that Greg Foster wanted to beat his ass for that, I'm here for it. I love it. Now, maybe in the dynamic of that, but this ain't practice.
Yeah.
There are cameras.
Yeah.
There's league pass. Perhaps more importantly, there's league officials and team officials watching all this. Maybe you do that when no one's watching.
Yeah,
but
I can, in the locker room.
I can applaud that.
He was out of pocket. He should have got suspended the way he did. But I mean, it was great theater. It was
fantastic. It was so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Greg Foster was out of pocket. You cannot go attacking somebody, not attacking.
He wanted to go.
He was ready to go, but you can't.
He wanted to go.
He did it the whole time out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I can understand, I get up off the bench and, after the timeout, I say my words or whatever. No, the whole minute and a half, they got to hold him back. Come on, Greg Foster.
Hold me back. The only thing that's been, like, the mask really ruined the whole experience.
Yeah.
Like, because I feel like there would have been, like, if Sports Center had aired the clip, they would have had to digitize. Know how when someone cusses and it's really clear what they say, they digitize because it's Disney and you can't read lips on ESPN. They would have had to digitize Greg Foster.
Well, it's clear what what's his name, Bitsdale? It's clear what he said.
Very clear. Sit your ass down. I'm here for it. And the great news about all of that is the Sacramento Kings collectively told the Indiana Pacers, no. Y'all sit your ass down. We got this. We got this. The Kings win a game 104-93. You hear what I'm saying?
I love it. And look, first of all, we talk about, them trying to fix their team and everything, doing it today. Look, feel bad, but if their season dies, it dies. That ain't my problem. I don't even want them in the playing game to begin with. So hopefully Toronto or Chicago can start winning some games, get them up out of there. I've been saying that for weeks. I don't want Indiana up in there. I definitely want them in there now. No. But you talk about giving up 93 points. See, the thing about this, Damien, is it's not just 93 points where the team's shooting bad, the other team is missing a bunch of threes or something like that. They're defending.
Yeah.
They're creating turnovers. They're handsy, as I like to say. Their arms are in the passing lane. They're helping the helper. You mentioned it earlier. They're communicating. They're playing legit good defense.
Who is this team? Listen to everything that you just said. How many times have we heard, not you, not me, not Deuce, Mo, Marshall, not us. How many times have we heard Harrison or De'Aaron or Tyrese talk about communicating on the floor? And now all of a sudden, I heard the term last night. Oh, who was it? It was DeLon.
Oh, okay.
No, DeLon was asked about the defensive effort from the Kings. And guess what term he used? We're on a string.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be a Rex Kalamian line. Or maybe it's a Luke Walton line. It's someone in the coaching staff. But I said Rex Kalamian because he's the defensive guy, right?
And he's a great defensive coach.
Somebody in that locker room, somebody on that coaching staff is using that term on a string because it's getting repeated by these guys. And you may have heard DeLon say it last night.
Mm-hmm.
And we've heard Harrison say, we've heard all of these guys say all of this stuff that you said we finally saw last night. It's like, man, it literally is the office gif. It's the fire drill. It's happening. Like, this moment is happening. I just wish we could provide better answers as to why or how.
We have no answer. This defies all common sense. You know, this is just crazy right now. I'm looking at this team, and then the other thing about it, Damian, defense is crazy. But the assists, the way they're moving the ball around, working with each other. I mean, it's a thing of beauty out there. It is a thing of beauty out there, the way they're playing together, playing with each other on both ends of the floor. It's not just the communication on the defensive end. They're communicating each other on the offensive end, setting screens, moving the balls, cutting. You know, they had a little issue early, like when Indiana went to that zone in the third quarter. They talked about it. No, Mo Harkless, let me get in the middle. Get that ball at the top of the key where you dead the zone, move it in and out, inside out that way.
It's DA zone. Like, it's not the zone. It's DA zone. We'll fill you in on. We'll fill you in on that gag later. But please continue. Just wanted to correct my partner there.
They're playing as a team. They're playing as a and little brother 4-5. I got to disagree. They don't do this every year.
Not like this.
They don't do this. They got games that are meaningful right now. Mentioned it earlier. They haven't played a game this meaningful this late in the season, and it's not even close. To be honest with you, I look back at it. It's not even close. Typically, they are done by the beginning of the final month of the season. All right, the beginning of the final 4 weeks of the season, they're done. Yeah. They haven't played a game this meaningful this late in 15 years. 15 years.
Do these games feel different? I mean, wins are wins, right? And you take them, and Kings are 2.5 back, headed into the biggest game. Marshall's visit is good. Marshall Harris's victory lap is going to be Marshall Harris's appearance tomorrow is going to be one long victory lap. But the most meaningful game in the history of the Golden One Center is the fact that I don't know that I know I mentioned this to you. I don't even know that we said this on the air. This is their third straight game holding an opponent under 100 points. That's tied for the second longest streak by any team this entire season. You don't hold teams under 100 points anymore. A team that was regularly giving up 120, a team that was averaging giving up 120, certainly doesn't hold teams under 100 points 3 games in a row. And they sure as hell don't do it with their 3 best players out. So do these wins, as much as wins and losses can feel different, wins or losses, in all of that, if this was the Pacers lost a game like 154-131 or something yesterday.
Yeah.
Or not yesterday, a couple of days ago to the Washington Wizards. If the Kings, if last night was 131-125 and the night before, and we're seeing, 140-130, and that's how they're winning these games, 125-124. Does that feel a little more hollow?
Absolutely, because when you see games like that, in my mind, it's only a matter of time before you have an off shooting night, and you don't have nothing to lean back on. You're gonna give up your 120, your 130. The only question is, can we keep up? And that's living dangerously, because if you have an off shooting night, you don't have nothing to fall back on. Right now, with the defense because they're not scoring at the same pace they were or they have been for the whole season pretty much. They're not in the 120s and all this other stuff.
They can't be with their scores gone.
That's right. Well, they got one of them there.
They do.
Boy, MB 3 out there.
Well, that wasn't even the one I was talking about. I thought you were talking about Buddy being the scorer that was there.
Oh, Buddy had a good game. He's getting roses. He's getting roses for me and Damian coming up soon. You don't want to miss it. But the defense is what allows them to have the flexibility to have an off night offensively. And they need it too. They can't rely on the offense right now. You got your 3 best scorers out right now. So you can't say, well, we'll outscore these guys. No, that can't be the strategy. They're going in there saying we need to lock in on the defensive end first, and then we'll worry about the offensive end. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why that wasn't the outlook the entire time. This is the frustrating thing about it, because this team has been capable of all of this all year long. They've been capable of all of this. The defensive end, playing together offensively. I shouldn't say all year long, because some of the best guys on the team right now got here at the trade deadline. But they certainly shouldn't have gone on a second 9-game losing streak. I know that much. So that's the frustrating thing. But I'm not going to allow the frustration to overcome me right now. I'm hyped. Like I said a little while ago, Damian, I'm ready.
Gonna run wild.
I'm going to run wild.
Let's go.
I'm gonna be Ric Flair all night long. Shy County.
You have.
Oh, I'm ready.
Woo! Do you have any idea what it means when he says, I'm going to be Ric Flair all night long? Whoa, oh boy. Man, it is going down 93 points. The Indiana Pacers' second fewest in a game this entire season. They had a season high 22 turnovers yesterday. Now, there's absolutely something to be said for the complete disarray that the Indiana Pacers appear to be in right now. One, not our problem. Two, the Kings had played solid defensive efforts before that game. So I'm not going to put too much in it. And it's okay to look at it. And it's okay to say, hey, look at the report that came out from Woj. Look at what happened with Greg Foster. Look at just the complete disarray. And that's completely fine. That's completely okay. But again, Kings fans, not our job, not our problem. Y'all go fix that without us. The Kings, for the third straight game, played a solid defensive effort.
Yeah, and they're getting – we talk about the guys that they lost, but they also got some guys back. I'm trying to think, when did Rashawn come back? Was it the Lakers game?
Marvin came back the Lakers game.
Well, because remember, Rashawn was out. Rashawn came back the Warriors game, I think. Yeah,
okay.
That was his first game back.
Okay.
So I say all that to say he's one of their best defenders on the team. You know, he's their energy guy, their rim protector on the boards. Having him back, they gave up while he was trying to get back into form and feel right coming from the hamstring. They had some clunkers as far as the defensive end. But I look at his return, and that helps out a whole lot. And then the crazy thing and almost the scary thing about it is all the guys they have missing right now. We talked about Tyrese. We talked about Fox, who hopefully is coming back soon. Talked about Harrison Barnes, who's hopefully coming back soon. We love Metu and what he brings to the table, and he's been out. So if we get these guys back into the fold, they got to come back, and I don't think it'll be an issue, but they got to come back knowing this is how the game needs to be played right now. You got to,
and that's another. It's another unique balancing act that that Luke has to deal with. That Luke is going to have to deal with tomorrow, in the sense of, we're under the assumption we have zero information. Our phones are in front of us waiting for the Woj tweet or the Kings email. There's no Kings media availability today, but we're under the assumption, just based on the time frame and the very little information we have, is that De'Aaron's probably going to be back on Friday, tomorrow. I'm probably going to be back tomorrow.
That's what I think, but it could be wrong.
We could absolutely be wrong. We have no idea. We have the information that you have regarding De'Aaron Fox is the same exact information we have regarding De'Aaron Fox. So just the way that the timeline works out, what we were told, the way that health and safety protocols, assuming, of course, that he's not ill, assuming, of course, that he hasn't failed drug test, assuming that he hasn't failed COVID test,
Mm-hmm.
we think that he'll play tomorrow. Well, DeLon's playing pretty well. Like is like De'Aaron going to be on like an informal minutes restriction? Like, just in the sense of we got to make sure that we get DeLon involved. And if you get De'Aaron back and you get Harrison back, it's like, oh man, we got two parts of our starting lineup back. Marvin's playing really well.
Yeah.
So you're not moving him out. Mo Harkless has had a tremendous impact on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a big part of the communication, while Buddy absolutely deserves roses for being as vocal as he is and being as strong as he's been on both sides of the floor, I think the anchor on the defensive end these last couple of weeks has been Mo Harkless.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right, well, we're putting Harrison back in there. But Mo was working really well with this group.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's like Luke Walton is walking he's walking a tightrope tomorrow night.
Yeah, he is. I know it gives you options. I know there's probably a guy who's been playing well enough to close out games that is going to be on the bench.
Yeah.
And that's just the nature of the beast. And I think if everybody is locked in and on the same accord as a team, they'll be good with it. They got their eyes on the prize. They're trying to get to this play-in situation, and it's going to take all 15 guys to be locked in and on the same page. So there's that. The other thing about it is, and we'd love to have him here and not have to deal with this, but with Tyrese Halliburton not being available, that kind of eases a little bit of it because Dorell Wright now plays those minutes that Tyrese was going to be playing late in games and closing games out. So you can go Fox, Halliburton, and probably Buddy if you want to.
You mean Fox, DeLon, Fox, DeLon, and okay,
and Buddy if you want to, or you could put Mo Harkless in that spot. Depending on the situation.
Okay, I'm going to need you to finish that though. Who is the closing lineup then? Because if you're getting DeLon in there, and if the game is close, Buddy's going to be in there because there's going to be unless Buddy's having one of those, rough defensive games, Buddy's going to be in there because he's going to be able to, there's going to be the impact of that, a potential big offensive moment.
Yeah.
So what is it? Is Marvin back? Is Marvin back to the fourth quarter?
Marvin Bagley.
I'm just asking.
It will be tough. It will be tough to put him back on his fourth quarter restriction.
And you can't, you're obviously not taking Rashawn out. You can only have 5 guys out there. Again, it's the tightrope that Luke has to kind of navigate tomorrow. It's the tightrope that he's got to walk across. Again, we're completely assuming that these guys are going to be back tomorrow. Hell, there might even be a situation where you go, Harrison, one more game. Maybe you rest one more game. Maybe we don't need to bring De'Aaron, Harrison, and Metu back all at the same time and retool everything.
Well, it's funny you say that because I had a thought of.
I love that I just put De'Aaron and Metu and Harrison in the same exact category. I'm so thrilled with that. Please go ahead.
I had a thought about that, and it's like, maybe we write this out on Friday, and we go with what we've been doing, and then we use the 2 Thunder games to incorporate Fox, Barnes, Metu in, and we figure out the rotation then. I mean, don't get it twisted. The Kings by no means are in any position to look down on any opponent, but maybe that's when you can experiment with some stuff and figure some stuff out. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is the Spurs who are desperate for a victory.
They're going to be what's the term people always use? Wounded animal.
Oh, wounded animal. Sure. Yeah.
They're going to be dangerous.
Wounded animal is a dangerous animal.
They're going to be dangerous. They just got embarrassed the last 2 nights in Utah, and their season is on the line. They are going to come out laser focused.
And as much as Kings fans and Pelicans fans see the Spurs schedule, I'm going to go out on a limb. And while they might not talk about it, the Spurs see their schedule too. And they're looking at it like, okay, there's Sacramento.
Yeah.
All right.
We need to get one of these.
We can't lose against Sacramento, and now the pressure has been picked up a little bit because the way the Kings have played, and now you've got the half situation. If things go the home team's way, you've got those Oklahoma City. Don't start checking off victories here against Oklahoma City either. Remember the last 30 seconds of that game, please.
Yes.
Remember that feeling when it was 100-99. Remember that feeling in the pit of your stomach when it was 100-99.
And I said, oh no, this ain't what we doing. But I mean, look, I look at the Spurs too, though. I go back to that game and I look at, you got a proven NBA All-Star in DeMar DeRozan, who's very proud.
Mm-hmm.
You got a guy like Rudy Gay, who's very proud. You got a guy like Patty Mills, who has seen championship basketball, very proud.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, they're going to come out ready tomorrow night.
It's going to be heat.
And the Kings need to be ready. I'm nervous about the game just because we've seen this play out all year long. As soon as they get some type of expectations on them, they fold like a deck of cards. So I'm nervous. I'm excited that we're here.
It's fun. But it's fun to be nervous about a game. We didn't think we were going to be nervous about a game a week ago or 2 weeks ago. We were just waiting. Like
arrows on deck.
It was true story. Mapped out. Like, okay, how are we going to do this? We're going to do power ranking. Like, what are we going to do? And no, here we are again talking about meaningful Kings basketball, and I just can't stress this. I don't know what is so different. We all know what's different because we can see it. We just don't know why it's different. I said during the second 7 of 9 before the fatal 9 that this win streak feels different than the first one. There was a different confidence level amongst those guys. There was a different style of play amongst those guys. This 4-game win streak, which is one shy of their longest of the season, this feels different than the other two. Now, you ain't going to fool me into saying, oh, no, it's better. No, this is much better. It's different. It's obviously different because of the players that are out.
Yeah.
It's different in the way that they're playing. I know how the other two ended. I don't know how this one is going to end.
The mystery, the intrigue, the anticipation. Can't wait. Young Kobe, I see you. And I'll ask the question. I don't know if I have the answer, but I'll have the question. He says, KC, can we talk about how much better the ball movement is without De'Aaron playing the point guard? Point everyone else in direction role. I saw the ball flying around on offense. I mean, there might be something to that. And I don't even know if it's necessarily I feel like it's out of necessity, right? Because I said the other day, and we joked about it, when I asked for 30 assists, we were like, your point guards are out. What are you doing asking for 30 assists? I said, these guys, no disrespect to them, they have no choice but to move the ball around and get others involved, because these aren't a bunch of guys who can create their own shots and get good looks. They're going to have to get it off of ball movement and everything else like that. So it's almost a gift and a curse when you have somebody as talented as De'Aaron Fox, because you kind of rely on that a little bit. And they've had to get back to the basics a little bit, and they're moving the ball around. They're playing some good team basketball on the offensive end. I don't think De'Aaron Fox being in the rotation makes them incapable of doing that. But, I mean, it's looking great right now. You can't dispute that.
Dorell Wright, NBC Sports Bay Area, and brother of our very own Delon Wright. He joins us next. Here's D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station. You can watch us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You could watch us on youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen on the Odyssey app, or you can stay right here on ESPN 1320.
I'm ready.
Woo! That's why this jacket costs $1,400. That one costs $600. And I don't know what that one costs. I'll be embarrassed to wear it. Man, Ric Flair 80s promos, boy. Ain't nothing like it.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot Cheryl is a Spurs fan. She's a Spurs fan.
Okay.
So, I don't know, Cheryl. You guys y'all gotta drop that one to us tomorrow. Y'all done had 5 championships. Drop that one to us.
Oh, dear goodness.
3,500.
Goodness gracious. Y'all don't calm down. Y'all don't calm down.
Oh, man.
Woo, boy, we in here today. Look at that. I wonder if anybody stumbled across us today.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
I heard some things. I heard somebody stumbled across the night chat.
Wait, what?
Somebody stumbled across the night chat last night.
Oh, man.
Stumbled across it, huh? Like you didn't know it was there. You're like Christopher Columbus. I discovered America. I have discovered the night chat. They had people calling in and everything.
Oh, man.
It's weird when people listen to you, huh?
That's a hell of a stumble.
Stumbled into the night chat. Our friends of the station, Deuce and Mo. Like, okay. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
Sickness. Yo.
Hang on. I can't see because I got to add. Hang on. What's going on here? I got to. What happened to
sickness? Wow.
I'm trying to find. I made a card for Dorell. Where did it go? Oh, what did I do here?
I'll be ripping my city.
Oh, desktop, dumbass. Gosh dang it. Where are you? There you are, Dorell. Bang. All right. What's Sickness doing in here? Oh, no.
Hey, y'all see, we don't even post.
No, we ain't putting that on the screen. Nope.
We don't want no
Nope.
smoke. We don't want no smoke.
Nope. Gonna leave that alone.
Come on, Kyra.
Hey, I'm with securing the Bagley, man. It's lit in here. Can we get to let's get to 200 today? Let's go. We got to Roddy's number really quick this morning.
Let's get to 200.
This afternoon. There's like 100 people in there. They were taking calls and everything. The stuff y'all forward to us, man. It's wild.
Hey, Roddy, we don't want no smoke. No smoke.
Nah, no. Nope.
Oh, with no smoke. Freeport Metro is demanding Fox to come off the bench. Stop. D3500.
Ain't us.
Oh.
Hey. Ain't us. That's it. No fine there. What do you mean? It's like, hey, no. By the way, for those who are wondering, we have never gotten fined. We've never gotten warned about a fine. We just have
it's very conservative.
Very conservative.
You guys remind me to tell you about what I saw on Blackish the other day on our next break.
Oh, I saw it. Let's talk about that. Blackish. We talk so much trash during the commercial break, dude. Like, I swear.
Hey, we're nice guys, man. Don't be fooled. We're nice.
But we also see through garbage. Like we can see through the BS. And boy, was there some BS floating around the Sacramento airways today. Man. As much fun as we have on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate everybody listening on the radio, listening on the Odyssey app. Remember, you can listen to us wherever you go. Just download the Odyssey app on your smartphone, whatever phone it may be. Search ESPN1320. Hit the heart button, and you will not get better Kings coverage anywhere. In Sacramento or outside of Sacramento, and right here. Dorell Wright set to join us here in a couple of minutes. Deuce and Mo set to join us in an hour. And then Bobby Marks, ESPN. He's got some ideas what the Sacramento Kings need to address this
questions from Bobby.
Okay, well,
we got to figure this out.
Really good when we have a guest is to have some questions, man. So you have hit a home run with this job, boy. I tell you that.
Figure some stuff out, man. We got to figure stuff out, and I need his help.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, man, that's what Bobby Marks.
We got people back in the core. The plans that I had before, to change them up. We got to figure something out.
I wonder if Marvin Bagley is sitting around like, yeah, I ruined their plans. He's sitting around like on the Aaron Rodgers tip. If Marvin Bagley is on Pat McAfee's show next week, we are in big trouble. We have some massive problems ahead if Marvin is headed over to the Pat McAfee show.
I will say this: I listened to Marvin after the game yesterday, and I think he was on the game on the post show after Sunday too. I feel really good for him, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He was smiling, man, and that's such a wonderful thing. Let's bring in Dorell Wright of NBC Sports Bay Area, and of course the brother of DeLon. Dorell, I'm just curious. When did you know that your brother was going to be the savior for the Sacramento Kings franchise? Like, what age was he? Was he like really young?
Marcus Williams, that played at UConn and played in the league for a while, was the one that told me DeLon would be an NBA player. I just didn't see it when he was younger, just because he was so dang on goofy. But he was always an X factor when he played with the pros, when he was still in high school and junior college. And Marcus Williams is the one that put the stamp on that. So I've been knowing now from maybe 2007, 2008 that he'd be, a great NBA player.
Dorell, you said that, I'm pretty sure you get there. I used to work over at the Hacks, and who's still compared to Hacks. And DeLon would come there, as a high school guy going into college or whatever. And I just, I know him because he was your brother. But I would watch his game. He was always so poised for that age. And he brought that to the NBA. His game hasn't changed. You see him in big moments like he had against Dallas, another big moment against Oklahoma City, and being able to step up and lead this team while De'Aaron Fox is out. Is that something that is it natural? Was it coached into? Where do you see this poison come from every time he steps out there?
Sorry about that, but I think where it comes from is him never being the best player on the team. DeLon was always surrounded around good players, or he probably didn't stick out because he wasn't the fastest or the most athletic, but he was always that utility guy on your team, that glue guy. And once he got to junior college in the city of San Francisco City, that's when he, really got his first taste of being the best player on the team. And all those intangibles came into, in play. And then Coach Justin let him know, we need you every night. We need you to score. We need you to get steals, rebounds. We need you to do everything. So I think, just the role he had to play growing up is finally coming full circle now and making him the NBA player he's been so far.
Dorell, when you've been a pro player 16, 17 years, you've been in the league a long time. When you have a role like one that you had, or maybe that's one that your brother has here with Sacramento, and then all of a sudden the guy in front of him goes down, we always hear about, hey, you don't get ready. You're always ready, so you don't have to get ready. Like those types of things. Like, how difficult is it just to walk right in that position? Like, hey, best player went down. We need you to step up. You're going to start. You're going to play 40 minutes a game. Like, how difficult is that as a player?
It's pretty difficult. But the thing about these NBA players, a special group. I believe it's still 450 players, 450 NBA players. You got billions of people playing around the world, so it's a reason why you're the chosen one, to be one of those guys in that elite group. So guys can play. It's all about mastering your role, and that's something I learned at a young age. If I wanted to have longevity in the league, you have to master your role, and then when the next man goes down, it's the next man up. And DeLon is a starting NBA point guard. I watch a lot of basketball. I talk about basketball. I'm a basketball junkie. And I know that he's a starter in this league. So I think when he got that opportunity, when those two guys went down, it was just like, hey, I'm just stepping into a spot that I know I should be. But I think his game is just so misunderstood because he doesn't score often. that you just think he's like some slouch or whatever, but he's a guy that's going to do everything, and everything he does is going to be winning plays.
Dorell, help me out here, man. You know, we get on the radio and we talk 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, and, you know, we're discussing it. And every game to us as fans and people that cover the team is always the biggest thing in the world for that particular time. Right? And as a player, if you lose a game like you lost to Utah, now I don't know if you're familiar, but they lost by like 49 points last week to Utah.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah, and is it a situation where it's like for the players, the guys in the locker room, like, man, that was rough, but it happens. On to the next game, or does it sting the way it does the fans? Are you guys obviously this team seems to be able to just shake it off when they continue to play? But is it one of those things where like that was bad? All right, we're on the point. On to the next game, no big deal. Is it more like that, or is it we got to sit down and talk about this?
No, that's embarrassing. I don't care what level you playing on, and especially in the NBA, getting blown out by 40-plus points, that's embarrassing. And, you know, at the end of the day, you got to have some type of pride in yourself and as a team, you know, and that's not one of those things you just sweep under the rug. That's something that needs to be talked about. That's when you expect your leaders to get up and say, hey, fellas, like that right there should never happen. We need to do better. We have to be better. So I can only imagine with those leaders, you know, it's a young team, so kind of hard to pinpoint who's that leader on that team. But having a coach like Lou Walsh, who's not too far removed from being a player, I think he was one of those guys that stood up and held his team accountable. But, you know, when you lose by a couple of points and, you know, you gave it your all, then you can say, hey, man, next game. But when you get your butt whooped like that, and I watched it, man, that was the first thing I texted the line, like, geez, I got y'all butt whooped. Like, man, that was a pack out, like we like to say in LA. But, you know, you got to have some type of pride, some type of dignity in your craft, man. So I think since that loss, I think they've been playing much better basketball.
You mentioned Luke being a former player. Is that important to guys in the locker room, or is there like value to that for you guys who are like, man, he's been through this before. He knows how we're feeling.
Man, that's super important. And no disrespect for the coaches I played for, because I played for some great coaches. But the guys that had no NBA ties, it's kind of hard, you know, because sometimes you got to push through practices. You got to push through shoot-arounds. It's like, dude, you don't even know how my body feels because you've never been through this, you know? I think it's more important on that level, like knowing when to practice, knowing when to have a lighter day, and knowing when to give guys their rest. So I thought, you know, the coaches I played for, they did a great job of that. You know, Stan Van Gundy is probably the only coach I played for that never had any NBA experience, but he was pretty good at listening to the training staff and the players. So it's super important for these coaches to be former players or have some type of experience playing at the highest level, because you can relate to your guys a lot better.
Right. So, Dorell, we've talked about guys going out, you know, maybe the best guys on the team going out, or, you know, the top guys that play the most minutes, take the most shots, De'Aaron Fox, Harris Barnes, and them going out and everybody stepping up. What's the feeling, or, you know, how do things need to be adjusted when they come back? Because now we're in a situation where De'Aaron possibly could be coming back in the next day or two. Harrison Barnes may be coming back, and roles are going to change from what these guys have adjusted to in the last week or so. Is that another adjustment period? How do the guys who have been on a roll, who have played as well as they have, like Milan, like Terrence Davis, like Marvin Bagley, is there another adjustment period now when the other guys come back into the fold?
100%. But, you know, the thing that they can't take away when they come back is that confidence. You know, I feel like those three guys you just mentioned have built up enough confidence, so when those guys get back, you hope those guys are on your level as far as confidence and competitiveness and, you know, attention to detail. Because the biggest thing I think with the Kings, have all the talent in the world, have some of the best athletes in the league, it's just the defensive end. They can really hold their hat on the defensive end. And, you know, I'm looking at the standards every day just because what the Warriors are doing, they're not far back. So they kept some guys slipping and sleep and, you know, put a few games together. I don't know how many games guys have, but, you know, I know the Warriors have 6, but put those together. Y'all just went down and played on a road trip and won 4 out of those games. So it's like, man, that should be all the confidence in the world. So when those other guys come back, they should be the ones falling in line and matching their energy and intensity on the court.
Mm-hmm.
I need that. I need that film. I need Delon say, De'Aaron, fall in line, fam. I'm the captain now. This is mine. That's what it is. That's what it is. Hey, you know, your Warriors have been a big topic of conversation the last month and some change. They're going to do some damage here if they get into the playoffs. Everyone say, you don't want to see Steph. You don't want to see Steph. Could they potentially take somebody out?
No, for sure. You know, I got every penny I got on Steph in a one gamer. You know, him and Draymond. We see Andrew Wiggins being a player that a lot of people didn't know he had in him. You know, that narrative of him just being that lazy guy. I think all that's out the window after this season. But I got my money on those guys. I know it's still not the same team, but a one-game elimination, I got my money on Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Andrew Wiggins all day.
I completely understand that. Dorell, real quick, man, before you get out of here, how do you feel about the playing game? There's been a lot of discussion about, you know, LeBron and Luka and Mark Cuban not being a fan of it. It just always seems like we hear from these guys when they're in jeopardy of being in there. Somebody, you know, who's played as long as you have, been on the top level, been in the championship level, how would you feel if they came to you one day and said, hey, well, we got this playing game, so 8 isn't automatic anymore. Now it's 6.
Now, you know, I'm a businessman, so I understand it on the business aspect. But as a player, I'm totally against it. It's like you just had 72 games. What we need another 2 games to decide something for us. It's like, hey, man, you guys put the work in. I just feel like the 8th seed or whoever it is get bumped that's, you know, been pretty solid and average all year. Why I gotta go home for what I did for 72 games just because I was just off my game for one game? So I kind of don't like it in that aspect of it, but I understand being a businessman, more money, more revenue, and you know these guys don't make the money they make. You know the TV money isn't there or that revenue. So I understand, but I'm not really with it.
Dorell, always a blast, man. We appreciate you making time for us. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
No problem at all. Fellas, have a good one.
Yes, sir. That is Dorell Wright, brother of King Savior, Delon.
It's funny.
Hey, Fox. That's my locker now, fam. You get the small one in the corner, dog.
When you like you guys can see it in the chat house, maybe can't hear it. You definitely can't see it on the radio.
There's a lot going on in the chat house right now.
It's a lot going on. You guys are going to get in trouble. Just you wait about 12 minutes. You guys are going to get it. All right. But I wonder if girls like perk up when you yell like that.
I can see. So they do one of two things. Sometimes they'll either start barking. These girls is referring to my dogs, but yeah, I'm always kind of looking that way. They probably hear me. Like my dogs are very, my girls are very in tune with my emotions. They know when I'm upset, and they'll go to the room. They'll let me have the moment alone, and then I'll call them back. No, they know They know when I'm in a bad spot, and they'll yeah. I think when I said Fox, you got one of them went into the bedroom. They're like, yeah,
that's
all
what
right.
I was imagining. I said, probably perking like I do. Oh man, I'm out of here.
Dad's acting up, man. Just let him do his little radio show, and let's just hang out over here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. That was a car sound effect. I don't know, dude. Like, what do you want me to do? Yeah, dude, is again.
It's just strange all around Sacramento right now. It's just strange.
Been a weird day.
Playing strange. We're doing strange sounds on the radio. It's crazy.
Chat's acting out. The chat's about to get grounded. I'm gonna tell you that right now. The chat's about to lose its allowance.
Hey, I want to say right now, we ain't got nothing to do with this chat.
Nope. Chat, hey, the chat is an entity of itself.
We ain't got nothing to do with these guys. I'm distancing myself with these guys. I don't know them. I don't know them.
Chat is wildin'. But hey, why not? Everybody's having fun. Dorell Wright, man, he's such a joy to watch too with Bonte Hill over there on NBC Sports Area. And how cool is it that it's like, hey, can you come on and talk about your brother? You know what I mean? Like Uncle was like, hey, we want you to come on and talk about your brother. Talk about the team that you don't cover, but we know that you're watching. So that's always cool of him. Deuce Mo, I discovered the night chat last night on YouTube. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. They're going to be with us coming up here at 1:47. We'll spend some time with them, Bobby Marks, in the 3 o'clock hour, and we've got to continue. I want to dive back further in because I feel like we keep mentioning, players who have played really well. And we're handing out roses and doing all those different things. Buddy Hield did not have, you're used to. Well, Buddy had a good game because he was really efficient from the field.
Yeah.
Buddy wasn't efficient he was 6 of 16 yesterday. He was 4 of 11 from 3. He didn't have a dynamic offensive moment. He had 16 points on those 16 shots. But again, he had 8 rebounds. He had 8 assists. If you care about triple doubles, is that something that you still like? He was flirting with the triple double. More importantly, though, aside from those numbers, he looked like one of the leaders of this team. Yes. Like he looked like a guy who was facilitating things on both sides of the floor. You and I have always said this about Buddy in our various fits of frustration with him. You usually don't have to question his work ethic. And sometimes maybe you question what he's doing with that work ethic. Sometimes you question what he's doing on the offensive end or what he's doing on the defensive end, but he's never mailing in a game.
Right.
And this is, while he's always active, this period of, I mean, it's easy to say 4 games, but I can really think of the last 3 very specifically. I mean, and it's been really, really glaring the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has been out there, and it feels like this, is as much, what DeLon is doing, and as great as DeLon been, especially at that, QB1 position, which is the new hot term, the PG1 position. It feels like Buddy has been the leader of this team the last couple of games.
He stepped up, man. He has really stepped up. And it's interesting because I look at him and he's still, like you mentioned in his play, you watch his game, he still does things that, makes you shake your head, or, me, I roll my eyes on a couple of shots or whatever, but he has stepped up and took responsibility of being a leader for this team. Yeah. And I recognize it. I appreciate it. I have to applaud it, and I'm glad that he's getting this opportunity to get his roses. 16 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. I mean, and he's bringing the ball.
And the immeasurables. Yeah, the intangibles. Yeah, 40 minutes. Yep.
Orchestrating offense, making sure everything is going the way it's supposed to go.
Can you run that back real quick? Because I just want someone who might have just tuned in. You just said Buddy was bringing the ball up the floor.
He's bringing the ball up the floor, and orchestrating the offense.
You weren't pulling the 3 hairs that you missed with the razor out of your head. Kings fans weren't screaming, "What's going on?" They were like, "Okay, this is clicking a little bit. I see what's happening here. This is working. This is all right. Let's go."
Now, I may have said why.
Well,
I was like, "Why are we doing this?"
Well,
it hasn't hurt us.
He wasn't mistake-free yesterday, but again, I mean, if we're handing out roses for Buddy,
he's playing some good basketball. I like the way Buddy playing, man.
It's a red rose kind of day for Buddy Hield.
Man. I like the way Buddy's
kind of day
right now, man. And he, had a big game on Sunday against Dallas, and he wasn't as major against Oklahoma City, but just you see him out there, you feel him, you feel his leadership, man. You feel it. That's the best way I could put it. You feel his leadership out there when he's on the floor. So, tip my hat to him. Definitely gets red roses out here, man.
Man, it's wild looking back at our conversation yesterday, thinking, there are some things that we're probably going to have to see for them to get a win against the Indiana Pacers. I did not at all expect them to hold the Indiana Pacers to 93 points. You did think they were going to lose, but we laid out ways that they could win. And I'm not talking Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. I'm just talking about in our conversation, like, hey, it's cool to have that balanced effort against the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's cool that the high scorer had like 18 or something like that, and there were 7 guys in double digits, and you're probably going to need something along those lines, but you're gonna need someone to do the work. You're going to need Terrence Davis to have another big game.
Yes.
We said this yesterday. You're going to need Dorell Wright to play well again.
Yes.
I didn't expect him to play better than he did the day before, yet he did. And then we said, and this was the kicker, we need that guy to have his moment. wasn't prepared for that to be Marvin Bagley.
Come on now. Full transparency here. I was working, doing some training or whatever. So live, I missed the first half of the game. So I got to my phone at halftime and I saw the score. I was like, oh, okay, they up. Let me see the stats. It's a 24 points. Well, you should have seen my eyes. It was like a cartoon character, my eyes coming out of my head. 24 in the first half for Marvin Bagley was a sight to see.
So that for me was frustrating because Marvin was going off and all I wanted to do was text the show thread, but I knew you were working with the young people. I knew you were out there coaching. So it's like, Kenny's not seeing this. I could flood the text thread right now. I could flood our show thread with messages about Marvin Bagley and Kenny wouldn't believe it. Like if I had hit the text thread with what was happening last night while you were coaching, you wouldn't have believed it.
You bugging. 24 in the first half. You can stop playing with my emotions.
And he established himself right from jump. Took 1-3 yesterday.
That's man, we're on the same page, man. That's the same thing I'm seeing. I'm seeing him get his shots number one, but only 1-3. I'm not infatuated with making him the stretch three. Now, right now, it's got to come with time, maybe, right? Or stretch four, excuse me.
I got you.
Right now, I need him to be able to dominate around the paint, use his size and athleticism, and create different matchups. Get that ball on the block, go to work. If you got a big guy on you, you can face up and do what you want to do there. If you got a little guy on you, put him in the bucket. And he's focused more on that. I love that. A lot of that, I mean, it could be a situation where the offense has changed. Maybe Luke or whoever had him stuck in that corner in the first half of the season or whatever, and he was doing cool. Like, he wasn't doing bad, but that wasn't the best use of him. And now, like you said, 1-3 yesterday, getting him on the block, looking for him. These guys are looking for him.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it all.
And it's also, you talk about, using him as a stretch earlier in the season. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oklahoma City, I think he shot 5 threes. So even as recently as a couple of nights ago or a couple of days ago, he was still kind of running that same thing where he's out and he was effective. I think he only hit 1 3. He shot more of them. Yeah. And maybe that's fatigue, understandable given how many games that he missed and all that. Yeah. But he did not look fatigued yesterday.
No, get him on the block inside the 3-point arc, the way he was against Dallas, the way he was last night. And I mean, the guy he's getting the opportunity. What do you have last night? He shot the ball 22 times. I think I was going through my research. He's only had 20 or more twice this year, maybe once, 20 or more shot attempts. And the time he did, I think he had 30 something. What was it? It was against Charlotte. He had 24 points, 24 and 10, won 11 and 20 from the field.
Okay.
Been saying, man, get this guy the ball, man. Get him the ball. Let him cook. Let him shoot. Did it last night. You see what happened.
Missed his career high by 1 yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. His career high was 32. It absolutely felt like he was going to obliterate that. It absolutely doesn't matter that he didn't, because he played extraordinary. Another thing that's worth talking about, because I know there was a collection of Kings fans not too long ago, perhaps some still, who like, man, all this meaningless wins, they're just going to blow it. They're not going to make the playoffs. This is stupid. It's not going to help with the ping pong balls and the draft orders and stuff, man. Well, I don't even know who that voice was, but that's the tanking voice. That's my special tanking voice. And I think there needs to be a conversation about tanking and about losing and about how trying to increase draft odds actually doesn't help. That's all coming up. Deuce and Mo are going to join us. Bobby Marks are on the way. We've got so much more here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen on the Odyssey app, or you can stay put right here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
It's your man Kenny Caraway here, and I'm already getting everything ready for tomorrow night, baby. Tomorrow night is gonna be the night, baby. It's the biggest game in the last 15 years, the biggest game in Golden One Center history. I can't wait. And while I'm sitting there watching, I'm going to have my drinks. I'm going to have my bottles. But most importantly, I'm going to have me a little McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. You already know that smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor cools and refreshes me every single time. McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. It's literally a quality taste in every single bottle, man. That Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So what that tells me is they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. Order online at drizzly.com or grab a bottle next time you're at the store. And if they don't have it there, do not worry. You know people in high places. I tell you guys that all the time. Let me know. Damien know. We'll talk to our guy, Ben. We'll get to the bottle. We'll take care of you. No problem whatsoever. Show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog by tagging your posts at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen and the Violet Fog. It's time to put the entire valley onto the best gin in the world, guys. Let's do this, man. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIF reminds you, be responsible. Do not drink and drive. Let's go. Now, so typically I have the
oh no, please tell me you didn't see that.
Oh, I saw you the whole time.
Oh
no. Because I have it up and it covers basically me in the chat.
Oh no, I remember you saying you couldn't see me, so I was like, I'm gonna have some fun with this. Whoops. That's my bad. That's my bad.
No worries at all.
I've heard that McQueen and the Violet Fog saves marriages. Yeah, let's go and get to 100, man. We in here today. I'm with securing the Bagley's earlier line. Let's get to 200 today.
Yeah,
I don't even think draft day got to 200. I think it flirted with it. Yo, oh come on, man. 4 people can hit that. The like button. Yeah, go and hit that like button. 4 more people. Let's go. Get in there. Get in there.
Boom, boom.
Ooh, da-doo-doo.
Oh, let me tell you guys. So,
Blackish. Don't forget about Blackish.
Just bothered me, right? So, Diane was dating. This is so crazy. Like, if you've seen the show from the start, Diane dating. This is crazy. I almost want to stop the show.
Mm-hmm.
There's supposed to be little Diane and what's my other guy's name? Not Jake. It's
Jack.
Jack. But anyway, she was dating this guy, and he comes in there and he meets Pops, and he goes, he's extra or whatever, and he goes, yeah, this is I'm showing love, Gramps. This is how we do it from the Bay. And I was like, oh, okay, that's funny. So then she comes back and she sees Pops later, and she goes, yeah, don't even Brad. He just like. He only says he's from the Bay. He's really from Sacramento. I said, look at that. And I said, they are, my top's about to blow.
Yeah.
We don't say that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so funny. I was like, I need to isolate that sound. I need to
put it on my IG stories, man.
I got to isolate that sound. Bradley. Bradley. No, it's not Bradley. It's Bradley. From the Bay.
Said he's not from the Bay. He's from
Diane dating is wild.
Oh man, that trips me out every time. And then I don't know if you ever seen it, but like on what's the station? It used to be KMAX 31. They play it's syndicated. Mm-hmm. So they play the first ones. Mm-hmm. And to see those guys now, it's crazy. Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. The Black Bottle Boys here on the People's Station, ESPN 1320.
Y'all had me at first, though. Y'all for real had me.
The chat's really been wilding out.
I was like, oh, and then start talking more. I was like, you guys.
Kenny refuses to close the chat. I know better because I got to control all those graphics that you see on ESPN, just the different logos, the sound, the nameplates, all that. So I'm controlling that. So once I close the chat and put the banner up, I don't go back to the chat. And then when I start to see that number start climbing into the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s in terms of numbers of messages, it's like something ill is happening in the chat and I ain't here for it.
Who saw this coming though? Who would have thought of that? But I should have known. They would.
The chat house would. We've been deep here in YouTube all day. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Sometimes I think the chat house forgets we're on the radio. I think that we're just doing like a YouTube show. They forget that we're on the radio because we don't go to commercial on the stream. So we're really just hanging out for like 4 straight hours. And man, they start wilding out. And I think it's a game for them to try to break us during the interviews.
They definitely do it on. They think they had me for a second. They had you. What's that gift that y'all had me in the first half when we came back? Y'all had me in the first half. But I want to give out, speaking of the chat, people who watch, shout out to my man James. Checks us out every day on YouTube. He was talking about I had my hat backwards yesterday. I got it to the front. All right. We're good today, man. Shout out to James, man.
You're not allowed to wear your hat backwards?
It's funny. So he says, like, this is the power of like coaches, right? He said when he was, I don't know what it was, baseball or something, he was playing baseball, and the coach was like crazy about wearing your hat backwards to the side and all this other stuff. And he never forgot it. So I had the hat on backwards yesterday. It's like, Kenny's got his hat backward. But like it stayed with him forever.
Oh, like when you were on the field or during the stream or when you were out? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll clean it up.
He was watching.
We'll clean it up.
I got
what you doing? What kind of image are you trying to set for D'Lo and KC?
I got to step my game up.
All right.
Shout out James, though.
And we'll go from backwards hats to Disco Tim. 916-349-1320. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Tim, what's good, baby?
Hey, everything is good, especially since we went down to LA and came back with flesh in our teeth, and we showed them what it's all about. Because I believe we were playing the King James and AD were both on the court that night.
That's right.
And no excuses. No excuses. Worried about the team and the way the bench is going. And what I really wanted to say is, you said a couple of weeks ago that we were just like one player away. And I've always kind of felt that too. And, this is not a bad basketball team. And even though they fall apart and we want to cast aspersions on the coach, this is a team that's playing for their coach, it seems like to me. And that it just needs a little bit more time to percolate. And, I believe in putting out that positive vibration out to the universe that you guys know.
Yes, sir.
Like president, it's a little bit of being prayer dancer for me. This is all I really wanted to see. And my man Bagley, there's no reason why he can't just jump up and start playing like a number 2. You can do that.
Yeah.
You all have. And you guys are real. You keep it real. And Kenny, appreciate your way you look at it. And that's really all I wanted to say. Oh, and that the people in the chat have, they're always going to be the little sisters to us out here on the road.
I love it. I love it. We got a civil war. We can rack them. Indeed. We got a civil war taking place here. Little sisters.
Man. Disco Tim. He was spot on with everything he said, though, man. I agree with him. I've been saying for a long time, and part of it's a little sad, but part of it is also being. Thursday night when they play Memphis, I want that to be a huge game. I was asking for a long time for Friday to be a huge game. We got that.
You got it.
We got it.
It's a big game.
Now Thursday night, I want it to be like, playoffs on the line, trying to make a move. And I'm good with that. I remember a long time ago when the legendary Bay Area radio host Gary Radnich, he would always talk about the Giants, and he wasn't like this super fan. He wanted to see him win because it was good for business and what he was doing, but it wasn't a super fan. He said, you know what? At the end of the day, this is entertainment. Entertain me. You know what I'm saying? And he would be able to walk away if they're in there in September and they're giving me, big time games to watch, I'm good. That's all I can ask for. I've entertained. I've been, I've been on the journey, and I'm not trying to, say participation trophy or nothing like that. But the Kings, we're here in a position where we got meaningful games to be excited about and watch. I'm with that. Let's go. Let's go.
And that's why I like the.
Chatty.
Oh yeah, they in it. They did. Yeah. Just go, Tim. His line didn't get past the chat house, boy. They in there. They in there. You can come join us. By the way, we encourage you to youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Subscribe to those channels. Follow those channels. Hit the like button. Hit the heart button when you're watching the video. We'd greatly appreciate it. It goes a very, 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 very long way. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app. You can listen on 1320. No matter where you are, we're thrilled that you're here with us. Deuce and Mo are going to be with us as well, coming up in about 20 minutes or so. And then think about that, Casey. Like the alternative is, what are we doing? Just losing games? Like what are we doing? Trying to increase like the draft odds. We're trying to get more ping pong balls. What are we talking about here? It's the NBA Power Hour, which is going to turn in, by the end of the season. You talk about Thursday night's game being meaningful. It would have turned into the NBA Power Show. Like we ain't got nothing else to talk about for the next 4 hours. We're going to cover
NBA today.
We got Trey Lance. Yeah, welcome to the Jump Radio version here on ESPN 1320. Like what would there have been talking about if these games were meaningful, if they were losing, if they were the Oklahoma City Thunder? You know what I mean? Like this is much more fun. And by the way, to just kind of shoot down this, I don't want to shoot down a myth. I'm going to ask a question.
There you go.
Does tanking work?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, and anyone who says yes, please show your work. Professor D'Lo and Casey.
Show your work.
Show your work.
Say no. Tanking don't work.
Because there's really no history that it does. There's zero history that it works. You could argue if you wanted to Philadelphia, which is fascinating. You want to argue that Philadelphia works. Like I remember, Marshall Harris will tell you he sat through a 10-win season. It was all part of the process to, I guess, for the moment to land Joel Embiid. I guess it was for, to land Ben Simmons. Now they missed on some picks along the way, but I remember
actually.
Right, exactly. So I remember when it went from trust the process to like process complete. Now, to the best of my recollection, please, help a brother out if I'm wrong. That they haven't won a championship.
No.
So the process was just to get you with a really good regular season record into the playoffs. Like you drug your fan base in Philadelphia, for God's sakes, through barbed wire lace dirt and mud. It was like a tough mudder with like you get electrocuted in it. That's what it was like being a Philadelphia 76ers fan all those years during the trust the process era. It was to get to the playoffs.
Come on, man.
Huh. Okay, now maybe it pays off later this year, but are we still in the process mode? Is that like where are we at with this?
I'm not a tanking type of guy. I just never have been. I understand why the thought of it is appealing and why some people like it. I and want to do that if you get to that point. I get it, but I'm all for building a winning, not even winning, but just competitive nature. You know what I'm saying? Like even if you're out there competing and it doesn't result in wins, just saying like, hey, we're not going into this thing not caring or not losing. From some of the conversations we've had from Jason Jones, James Ham, things of that nature, I feel like that was a little bit of the problem with this team for the majority of this year. They all knew the message was we're not really tripping off this season. No, we don't really care. And it trickled down all the way through. As opposed to what I'm saying should happen next year is holding the feet to the fire. All right. Like it's time to win. People want to get paid. If people want to be here, if people want to do all this stuff, you got to win. You want to coach, you got to win. Ain't no more gap year or, we're tanking and all this other stuff. Like, I'm not interested. And then, like you mentioned, Damian, it's not fun to watch. As a fan, as a person that has to cover this team, it don't matter. It don't matter who you are. It's not fun to watch.
Nope. It sure isn't. And we said this all along the way, without expecting them to win 4 in a row. without these guys playing, without De'Aaron playing and Harrison playing. And of course, we didn't know Tyrese Halliburton was going to get hurt. Now they're without him. It was always to just go win some games.
Yeah.
Wasn't win 4. It wasn't get back into playing contention. It wasn't, 2 weeks ago, oh, hey, look at the San Antonio Spurs schedule. That didn't happen until they won a couple of games. And then it was like, oh, it's not entirely far-fetched. Like, that's just kind of like an afterthought to this. The fact is they're playing good basketball. Hell, you kind of poo-poo at this, but you can look at it like there's something to be said for what the Phoenix Suns did.
I agree.
There's something to be said for what the Phoenix Suns did. Now, if you want to give Monty McNair all the credit, you want to give Chris Paul all the credit, you want to split the credit between all of them, like, that's fine. But there's something to be said for the fact that they were the dead last team that was invited to Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
They needed an even number. They got to Orlando. They played the games out. They made the most of those games. They won all 8 of them. They were in, it was great that the league was back, but they were kind of the talk of the bubble. It was like, hey, look at what these guys are doing while the Lakers were tuning up for the playoffs. The people were trying to figure out what exactly the Bucks were. The Blazers were definitely a big, there were conversations. The Blazers, Jamal and Donovan Mitchell. Absolutely. But when it all started, it was like, man, look at what Phoenix is doing. Okay, they're 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, 7-0.
Have that classic win against the Clippers when the Clippers were really out there trying to get it together.
And so they get that win, and if I'm not going to say it carried over and look at them now, they're the top team in the Western Conference, but I'm not going to dismiss it either and think that didn't matter.
No, I've always seen the logic in that. And I always looked at it. Somebody said something that really made sense to me. It resonated. The wins themselves, yeah, that matter. I think, there was a trickle down effect. You feel good about the upcoming season after this and say, hey, we can do some stuff. But they also talked about how seeing that team play that way, seeing them play for Monty Williams, seeing Devin Booker and what he did, maybe made the front office and the ownership say, you know what? We're not that far away. Let's go in and go get Chris Paul. Whereas if they didn't have that experience, maybe they'd be like, that doesn't make any sense to go get Chris Paul. We're one of the bottom teams in the West. Why would we do that? But they saw the potential and what could be, and maybe that was that extra push that made them say, let's go get that one guy. Let's go get one more guy that can elevate us. And look where they're at now. Or
perhaps equally as importantly, why would Chris Paul even look at Phoenix?
That as well.
And now I know it was a trade, but don't think that Chris Paul didn't. Like, Chris Paul has enough.
OKC would have took care of him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Especially after what he did last year for them.
Yeah,
absolutely, they were going to take care of him. Like, hey, here's some things. We've got potential deals here, all that different stuff. He wouldn't have signed off on Phoenix if they had gone in and done what Memphis did in the bubble last year. He wouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
At least I don't believe that he would have. But I think there's something to be said for finishing strong. But go back to something we said earlier. Monty McNair ain't got the black bottles out today. He should. Monty, we'll send you some. We're happy to send you some. We'll send you some McQueen in the fog.
You need some McQueen.
Yeah, Monty, you could be a black bottle boy if you want. We know people. We can make that happen.
Monty on his Instagram, #black bottle boy.
Let's go.
Fall out.
We could do it. Monty, these are the perks of being associated with ESPN 1320, fam.
Hey now.
There's more.
Hey now.
There's more of that. There's more where this came from, Mr. McNair, sir. But I don't think Monty's as excited as we are.
Yeah.
Not that he's not excited that his team is winning. I don't think he's as emotional as we might be. I'm not going to go so far as to say he's made his decision on what he's doing, because everything starts with Luke Walton. And the day after the regular season ends, May 16th or 17th, the day after the regular season ends, that Monday, everything starts for Monty McNair that day. If this truly was that term that was floated out to the Athletic, if this truly is a gap year, which I absolutely despise that term and hate that it was introduced into Sacramento Kings lexicon. But if that truly is what this is, it was a gap year for Monty too.
Mm-hmm.
Gap year ends the day after the regular season ends.
Absolutely.
and your clock starts as the general manager of the Sacramento Kings.
Absolutely.
Hey, love what you did at the draft. I mean, it's flawless. Tyrese is here for, I mean, that's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Love what you did at the trade deadline. Great. But let's go.
It's time to go.
It's time to go. And even if it is, hey, the Sacramento Kings have announced, even when Woj tweets, hey, the Sacramento Kings have announced Luke Walton will be back as their head coach next year.
Mm-hmm.
Great for Luke. Great for you. Clock starts now.
Absolutely. You already know.
Same tweet the other way. Tweet the other way. If the Sacramento Kings have dismissed Coach Luke Walton, clock starts now.
Mm-hmm. It's time to make the playoffs next year. You know what I mean? We got this season still going on or whatever, but regardless of what goes on, even if they made the playoffs, it ain't, oh, well, we made it and you get a pass for next season. No, they need to be in the playoffs next year. You'll have a whole off season to get guys in here to get better. They need to be a playoff team going next year. I want to ask you a question though, and this is not this isn't a Captain Sava type thing that I'm bringing up. I'm really curious for you and for anybody else that's out there. Can Luke Walton, if you think he's going to be gone, can he save his job?
That's a good question. So can he save his job? So we're operating under the assumption that the front office has made the decision already. They're going to move on from Luke Walton. Can what has happened over the course of the last 4 games and the next barely over a week, 9-10 days, can that save his job? I don't think so. I think in nothing else to this except my own imagination. I think they've already made the decision. One way or another, I believe they've already made the decision, because can you really make the decision on the final? What would it wind up being? 4, 10, like 11 or 12 games?
Yeah. It's a good question. I
mean, they've played good ball. I mean, they've won 7 of the last 10. It doesn't feel like that because the Utah Jazz game is in there.
Right.
And remember how horrifying that game was.
Right.
But they,
Timberwolves lost in there too.
It had kind of been win one, lose one, win one, lose one. That Jazz game happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they have the bounce back to where they are now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much weight goes into the final, let's say, 12 games of a 72-game season over the course of 2 years. 2 72-game seasons. Now, I did pose this question yesterday. Luke has coached arguably the 2 most difficult seasons in NBA history in terms of being a coach, in terms of actually being around your basketball team. Now, everybody has had to deal with it, so it's not like he gets a special provision as if this just happened to Luke Walton. It happened to the entire league.
Right.
But when there's money involved, when there's years involved, when there's the future of the franchise involved, or at least the immediate future of the franchise, do you take that stuff into consideration? I don't believe one way or another, good nor bad, anything that happens the remainder of the season affects Luke Walton's employment. I think the decision has been made, and we'll know it the day after the regular season, whether it's yes or no.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'll twist it just a little bit. I feel like they have had, either way you want to put it, an idea of which way they're leaning. And there's still room.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess to answer that question, I think he can save his job. So, if they were 75% ready, I think we're going to move on from him. I think that's what we're going to do 2 weeks ago. And then this happens. And it's like, I don't know. Man, they make this little run. Maybe they get the whole thing about the Suns in their head. Monty made a run and he was able to parlay that into the. I don't know. I think there's room for that. I don't think they. I guess to answer the question, I don't think they've made a decision. I think they're leaning heavily one way or the other. But I think there is room for him to keep the job. If they're trying to get rid of him. They may not be trying to get rid of him.
Is it? I don't know if I know what I want to say in my head. Does this like, is it a good thing or a bad thing or indifferent if they haven't made it? Like, if they genuinely don't know what they're going to do with Luke Walton moving forward, is that a good thing or is it a bad thing?
I find it indifferent. I think a lot of people will find it as a bad thing.
Like not having that decision already made. Okay.
I could see a lot of people saying, no, you should know right now what you want.
Well, it's funny. I'm thinking of like, we handed out the MVP award, what, like 3 months ago? Right. And we're screaming like, hey, maybe we should let the season end. Like, maybe y'all should look at what Giannis Antetokounmpo was doing. Maybe you should look at what some of these other guys are doing. No, it's Nikola Jokic's. Hell, I think he might have, I'm talking 2 months ago, he might have won it in October.
It's college football playoff.
Meanwhile, as the coach, I'm saying that's an apt description right there. But meanwhile, here I am. Well, if they haven't made a decision yet, well, they've got a few more games to play. But I don't know how much the remaining games can sway a decision one way or another.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I only say that because I know myself. And a week ago, I was pretty definitive on how I felt about people on the roster, or Luke or whatever. And that has changed. I mean, look at Marvin Bagley. I said that they should keep him. I did say that, but I didn't have him in the core. And now I look at him, I'm like, somebody Gilbert asked number one option. And it's like, well, I remember a couple of years ago, I did say I want somebody else to be the leading scorer of this team outside of Fox. And he fit that profile. So I would not have been having these conversations a week ago.
Yeah.
And it's just a fine line. Sometimes you want to check yourself and make sure that you're not getting caught up in the moment. Sometimes you want to give things the proper time to play all the way out.
It's just a fine line of like being aware of what's happening and not overreacting to what's happening. He should take into account. There are a lot of things. Your MVP boxes that you were talking about, boxes that have to be checked for you to win the most valuable player award.
Yeah.
Well, are there retain the coach boxes? Because
there should be. Yeah.
If you started to make some, like I would think player relationships probably has a box. That box probably gets checked with Luke Walton. There are some other things that I wonder is like, why is the team so sporadic? Like we talked about this. I think it was yesterday. It could have been earlier in the week where it was just like, is anyone truly surprised that the Sacramento Kings have won a couple of games in a row? Because if you are, you haven't been paying attention. Are you surprised that we're reacting the way that we are? Because if you are, you haven't been paying attention. Like this has been a season-long theme for this team, which, by the way, for me, that constitutes a problem. Up, down. It's the Disney World don't make a roller coaster like this one. Yeah. They like, no, that's too dangerous. That's too dangerous. We ain't putting people through that. Blow somebody's heart out there on that last turn, that last 9-game losing streak. We ain't doing that.
They were up and down last year. They started off, 0-5, fought back, lost 8 in a row, came back, lost 7 in a row or something like that, and then finished the season pretty well.
So 2 seasons of these wild Luke Walton roller coasters.
Yeah.
But right now they're playing well.
They're playing really well.
We're on the I don't know, like I'm not a roller coaster aficionado, so I don't know if we're on the part where we're like going up, because the exciting part on roller coasters is when you're going like down and you're going through the loop. So are we going through the loops of the roller coaster right now? Or like we always use the roller coaster metaphor, but I'm not particularly clear how it works.
Good point.
Like, are we upside down? Is that where we are right now?
Because I to your point, I don't feel good going up. I don't feel good. I'm like, why am I here? Why am I
thinking? Oh yeah.
It's kind of like when
you're wondering if you can get off the roller coaster.
Yeah, with the Kings, or if they're not playing well, you're like, why am I watching this team? Why do I follow sports? Remember, I think I came in one day and I was like, why do I care so much?
We're doing NBA Power Hour. That's what we should do. I'm going to text D'Lo and Jesse about doing an NBA Power Hour. We're going to do a Deuce and Mo Power Hour. Maybe not quite an hour, but we're going to do a conversation with Deuce and Mo. When they join us next here, they'll join us on the stream, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen to the Odyssey app, or, of course, you can stay put here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, You heard what I said. It's ESPN 1320. That was our last live read, Kenny, by the way.
Okay.
The one earlier. Da-doo-doo, doo-doo. Sure would be a nice day to play that song. Da-doo-doo, doo-doo. Stop da-da-dootin', da-da-dootin', D-Lo. $4,000 fine. It's only 4,000s when you da-da-doot, da-da-doot. I don't know why when I do that, I always like lean back and look to the hallway. I have no idea why I do that.
Look around when I'm
You do. I always know something's on its way when you start looking around. It's like, Kenny, there's no one, it's just the TV, bro. Like there's nothing behind you. Like there's nothing behind you. You're safe. You're safe. Bro, I went out last night.
Where you go?
I went to a comedy show. I went to see my old program director. Out. The guy I owe being in the business to. Just because he became a stand-up comedian. Like that's what first of all, he's phenomenal. Like I couldn't be more proud of the dude. Like he has a comedian's personality and the whole deal. He's incredible. But have you ever seen a comedian bomb?
No, I don't feel like I have.
It's
You saw one last night.
tough. Oh, I hurt for the dude. Like it's so bad. It's so like uncomfortable and awkward, and people want to look away. Like it's terrible. Have you guys ever seen a comedian bomb?
Yeah, well, not live, I guess.
God, I thought you were talking about a radio host right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, we've seen radio host bomb. Absolutely.
I don't think I've seen a comedian bomb live, but dude,
Like
it's
I've looked on
I
YouTube.
can't imagine. It's so
It's
cringe when things don't land, and you're in such an uncomfortable spot.
Wait, have
You know,
what?
you guys know Byron.
Yeah, so we know
He's a stand-up comedian,
That's what I hear.
and he's really good. He's really, really good. I went to see him last night.
Nice.
He's really good. I know you didn't have the same relationship with him.
No. We were talking about that last night. We didn't have. I mean, it was just, you know what? It was different. You know, he was in a weird
when
spot.
you're a bad person to people. No, I'm serious. When you're mean to people and then you try to be somewhat something else to a woman because she's a woman, it's just I don't have respect for those
We're
people.
streaming. We're streaming.
Are
more.
we? I
It is lit.
No, I just for gross men, I think of gross men like still being out there and then people being like, oh, they're so great. And it's like, well, no, he wasn't. But this is what I will say is that just like Deuce said, other people had different relationships with them. And I'm so glad that he was good to those people.
Just to be clear, I got suspended one time because of but I'm also saying
that
like,
was wild.
Let's yeah.
That was so wild. By the way, that wasn't Byron. Just like that wasn't him. That was somebody else.
That was somebody else not sticking up for it.
We just come in here all hot, Morgan.
Coming here hot. Hey, that's what the stream's about. We've been talking trash about the dude who's discovered you all freaking morning.
You know, he
Morgan.
What? He wanted me to do music because I'm a woman and didn't think I could do sports. So it's just it kind of hits here with me, and so that's all.
I feel you.
Well, I've always I won't look down on that because I was actually telling someone yesterday, as much as I do love him, like I owe my entire career to him. That was my experience with him.
And I love that. And I'm very happy for you that he had that experience.
He would have never let me do the show that I wanted to. He would have shut that shit down quick, like really quick. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, all right, you know, things happen the way that they're supposed to.
Yeah.
And he's off doing something else. All right. Sorry, I brought it up. Never mind.
Yeah, Morgan, relax.
I don't like him.
Oh, geez. Okay. Are you gonna be okay for this segment? Is this okay with you, bud?
Yes, indeed. We here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you come check us out. As Deuce, I discovered the night chat last night, guys. It was awesome. You had video calls coming in. It was like 100 people in there. It was amazing. I stumbled across you like I'm Christopher Columbus. It was great stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Deuce Mo.
I got a couple messages that some people stumbled into it.
Man. Yo, this might be the most lit show I've ever been a part of today. This Thursday episode is just
I told you before, man. I am Petty LaBelle. Like, it do not bother me a bit.
I love that about you, Damien. And that's why I know I can do any of that kind of vibe back. And I love it.
I'm petty, man. I forget nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Real quick, we giving roses out. I mean, Deuce is always pretty good. Deuce and Mo, they're pretty good, with the way they hype up the show and the way they come in. Deuce last night with Jericho. I mean, air horns for that. Let me get some air horns in here. I was dying with the Jericho.
Shout out to Morgan though, because I hit up Morgan yesterday afternoon and I was like, hey, I have this idea. Could you put some Christmas lights on the jacket? She's like, what?
I had no idea what he was trying to go with, but I was like, okay. And so then I just taped a whole bunch of Christmas lights to a jacket. And so then once he had me push a button that it was Jericho's song, and then he's putting on the jacket. I'm like, oh, this is what he had. Okay.
One of my favorite moments is what did Deuce? I think it was the Undertaker bit. Yeah, and like Deuce,
funny too.
Deuce got up to turn the lights off, and Morgan is just sitting there like, "What is this? Oh, we're doing a bit." Like, okay, like Morgan's like, "I don't know what's happening." Like, fill me in on oh, this is a bit. Like, this is part of the show. Okay,
that's the best part. She doesn't know what's coming sometimes.
Yeah, it's so great. It's so wonderful, guys.
Absolutely love it.
What's ironic about you bringing that up, Damien, is that Undertaker bit was me burying the Sacramento Kings, saying "Rest in peace" to their season. Yeah. Here we are. And
what team is that?
Reason they're in it? What?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Casey. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, what game was that? Do you remember?
No.
I just say that because it had to be a game to remember to be like, no, it's over now. They've had some games where it's like these guys think, but for you to go Undertaker, it'd be like this one. It wasn't a Charlotte game. I'm gonna find the game.
I don't know. I think we were on here last week, and it was NFL Draft Day, right? And it was the day after the Kings lost by 49 points. And we're like, God, this is just.
We were talking about the draft for 30 minutes. But haven't you been known to break out the Undertaker bit a smidge bit too soon? And like that old 1996 Buried Alive pay-per-view, the purple glove comes out of the dirt and crawls out.
Yeah, maybe a couple of times that's happened. I did that to the A's, I think, back in 2013. The Giants a couple of times.
It happened.
It has happened. But I don't think I was wrong in doing it. This is the most bizarre NBA season ever. You can't figure the fact that we've seen a team that's had 2 9-game losing skids, and then they complete their first 4-0 road trip since 2003, and they're doing it without their 3 best players. It doesn't make any sense. And then meanwhile, the Spurs have lost 5 in a row. You look at their schedule. Now I'm to the point where I'm looking at the Spurs schedule and going, this is kind of tough here. And then the Pelicans, they finished with 5 of 6 on the road against some good teams, and I'm going, oh my God, do the Kings have a chance? What?
I'm all in. Of course you are. Go ahead, Lucy. Put the ball down there. I'm going to be Robbie Gold. I'm going to be Grammatica. I'm coming to kick that thing. Whatever happens after that, I don't know. But put the ball down. I'm coming to kick.
Wow. Well, I knew you'd be happy. Damien, I'm curious how you're feeling, because I feel like you and I have been more on the same page of things. The other night, I was kind of saying, before another win, I was acting like, I don't want to even see this team get in this 10th spot, because if I talk about this bad effort night after night after night, and then they're just going to give me that, once they reach that spot, it's like, it hasn't felt good all season, and I don't want to feel that again. And that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm also excited if they get to experience those valuable NBA minutes.
But you are also concerned about the state of the Kings right now. Like, it's cool that they're winning games with, Dorell Wright, but are they really going to be able to do this? Like, if De'Aaron is, I don't know the status of De'Aaron Fox, but he's not coming back from an injury. He's coming back from health and safety protocols. But Where's Harrison Barnes going to be at when he returns? Metu probably, although the door wasn't completely slammed shut on potential Tyrese Halliburton in a play-in scenario. But I know that was something that you talked about on Night Chat too. It was like this, even if they got into the playing game, like this team is really beat up right now.
They are, but I just enjoy the moment because the fact that we're having this conversation, these guys are playing it hard. It's been fun the last few games. I mean, it's just entertaining from the standpoint of how they're playing. It's not like, hey, man, they're shooting the ball really well right now. They're just outscoring teams. They're putting up 150 a night. This team has held the last 3 opponents under 100 points. And the time before that was 106. Like, what? And the defensive effort, I think, has been tremendous. I think they're flying everywhere. And then offensively, the ball movement has been great. What does this all mean long term? I don't know, but I'm happy to see Marvin Bagley come back and play really well. I'm happy that Buddy is seemingly trying to do other things out there besides just shoot threes. He's been great rebounding. He's been great in the pick and rolls, finding the bigs. Like, it's been fun to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know I looked at this team and what they've been able to do on the defensive end. And there was a few times this year where, they were playing the final score or whatever wasn't 135. It was like 110. So we're like, oh, Kings D'ing up. But it kind of felt like the other team was missing shots. Like they had a lot of wide open looks and were missing them. I don't feel that with this little stretch. I mean, if you watch them play defensively, their hands are in the pass lane. They're helping the helper. They're getting deflections. They're talking. Buddy Hield is leading. I don't know if he's leading them in actually executing, but his talk out there, you hear him talking, you hear him communicating with guys, making sure they're in the right place. This seems like a much better defensive effort than what we've seen all year long.
Kenny, and even something I said to Deuce the other evening, it was talking about Buddy. I feel like Buddy, even though you see, it almost seems like he's setting the tone. I feel like he's more like a chameleon where he's like, oh, the tone is set. So now I'm going to reach my level of intensity to here. And that's why he's picking it up, because how many times and how many evenings have we talked about questioning this team's effort, whether it was Buddy Hield, who has been on the floor a lot because he has been a starter, or even some of the other guys when even healthy. You saw just so many different guys that are supposed to be leaders out there, and we're questioning their effort night after night after night. So I don't know what this bench is bringing right now to bring this energy out of them, but it's this fight. It's this I want to be here attitude, and it's working.
Kenny said something the other day that I thought was dead on. He was talking about, Terrence Davis and Dorell Wright and Mo Harkless. And when you make trades, you just want it to work right away. Yeah. And it's not like NBA 2K. And this year, no team has had real practice time. There's something to be said that maybe it's starting to click now because these guys are starting to learn the intricacies of what the team is trying to do defensively and offensively. Right. And I think the guys that they got have shown the ability that they could be pesky. I'm not talking about lockdown defenders, but good team defenders. I mean, Dorell Wright, what he has done the last couple of games has been insane playing the passing lanes. Terrence Davis, we talked about bringing toughness. I'm seeing him bring an edge to this team, not only just attacking, but also the other game when he's getting in Josh Richardson's face. Yeah. Like, that's the type of stuff I want to see. And even a guy like Mo Harkless, who is not like filling stuff up, but you could tell having another big body out there who's long is impacting things. So, we're all trying to figure out, why is it happening now? Well, it could just be happening now because these guys are getting more comfortable. And now the challenge is, all right, how do you fit Fox back in when he comes back? And how does that all figure out? Well, hopefully they could take care of business on Friday night against San Antonio. And you got 2 games against Oklahoma City to get that figured out.
Which we absolutely will not dismiss, because this team lost twice to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So we're not going to dismiss games against the Oklahoma City Thunder. But one thing, as you're listening to D'Lo and KC with Deuce and Mo here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We welcome everybody who's with us. You can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And if you're getting out the car, getting away from the radio, you can listen on the Odyssey app as well. Marvin Bagley, I don't know what my man was doing in Arizona, but brother, Go spend as much time there as you need to. Spend the whole off season there if you need to, because he's come back, and since coming off the bench in that Lakers game and then getting inserted to the starting lineup since then, Mo, he looks like a completely different player than we saw earlier this year.
He does. Like, what was he doing? Was he watching film? Was he educating himself on how to play basketball? And I'm not even saying that as a mean thing. He truly looked lost out there at times, especially on the defensive end. And now his timing, his instinct is kicking in on the defensive end. But then the offensive end, he's understanding spacing and where he needs to be on the floor, especially if there's a high post and a low post. Or, hey, I can actually stretch the floor and let Rashawn Holmes, be in the paint and do what he needs to do. Oh, the ball needs to move and not just stop with me. Great, I'm going to do that, but also look to get mine. It's been so fun to watch, and I'm so glad we're giving him credit today.
I think it's also like trusting that he can still get his in the flow of the offense. He doesn't have to just force it. You're starting to see that. And you're right, Damon. I don't know what the hell he did in Arizona. I don't know if he was meditating in the middle of the desert. Whatever happened, something has clicked with him the last few games, and it's encouraging to see. Not expecting him to drop 30 every night or 25, but just the way he's playing, I don't know if he has come to this realization like, hey, like not so much as his career is on the line, but like, look, there was a lot of talk he could have gotten traded at the deadline and not for much. And maybe this was like, oh, hey, this is my time. I need to come back. I need to be mentally ready to go. I need to be physically ready to go. I feel like he looks a little bigger. I don't know if I'm missing something. Like maybe it's just because we haven't seen him in a while. But I love how he's playing. And he's always shown the scoring ability. We've seen it. But at times, I've never felt like the scoring was helping the team win. It was like, oh, he's just getting his. I feel like he's helping the team win at this point.
Question for you guys, because I kind of asked our chat this last night. Is there any part of you that because of the way he's responded that pushes that month that he stayed away from the team just kind of under the rug? Like you understand now?
Absolutely. I don't know if you guys are familiar. I have a term called the core. And it was really just because you got your core, right? Your core is like Fox, Rashawn Holmes, Tyrese Halliburton, Harrison Barnes. Like those are your core. But your core is really just Fox and Halliburton. That's your core, right?
Until today.
That boy Bagley in that core now. That boy Bagley in that core. He's 21 years old. He's 21 years old. And I've said this a number of different times, especially I think the first time we played the Knicks. The Kings played the Knicks. Julius Randle, what he's doing now, 7 years into the league, took him. He had a good year last year too, but it took him 5-6 years to get to this point. And we want to throw the Bagley out with the bathwater. And career wise, he's played 3 years, but games wise, he's played like less than 2. And we just want to throw him out there. Got to give him time to develop. I'm not saying he's fully developed now or anything like that, but kind of reminds you like, yeah, the talent is there. He just needs more time, really.
A little more seasoning. And, that was the last game or the game before that. He's making moves with his right hand, finishing with the right. We didn't see that before. I'm like, okay, those are positive steps for him. And that's the thing when you look at Bagley long-term, the hope is he could figure it out and be a productive player in Sacramento. And the last thing the Kings could afford as a small market is not only to draft a guy number 2 who can't contribute, but then if you get rid of him and then he goes somewhere else, and it's like when Portland got rid of Jermaine O'Neal and he went to Indiana and became an all-NBA guy, that would sting. So you want to do everything in your power to create an environment where Marvin can thrive. And of course, it's not just about what the Kings can do. Marvin's got to buy in, right? And he's got to be involved in that process too. But the last few games, there's no denying it. Like you can be the Marvin Bagley hater all you want. You can crap on the guy and say, hey, they should have done this. They should have done this at number 2. Fine. I'll grant you that. But if you've been watching the last few games, you have to acknowledge there has been significant progress, and you see the flashes, and you have to remind yourself, this guy hasn't had a ton of crazy injuries. He didn't shred his knee. He didn't rupture his Achilles. These have been little injuries, some bad luck, and hopefully this is the last of that bad luck for him.
Yes.
Marvin's numbers through his 3 years, as limited as he may have been, and even going back to the Dave Yeager year where he played strictly off the bench, they're virtually exactly the same. It's 14 and 7. When you look across the board from year 1, 2, 3, it's almost exactly the same. Like he's a 14-7 guy. So it's like, what do you want him to be? And Kenny and I talk about this a lot as Deuce and Mo are with us here on ESPN 1320, that the first order of business that needs to happen, of course, assuming that it hasn't happened, is that Monty and Marvin need to get in a room together. And we've prefaced this with like, Monty sits down and kind of lets Marvin know how he's feels, but he follows it up with the question, just a simple question. Marvin, do you want to be in here? Do you want to be in Sacramento moving forward? Like, because there's this stuff with your dad. There's all this stuff that's out there. Like your dad says you want to be traded. Your uncle's calling our point guard a jackass or whatever he called him on Facebook, whoever still uses Facebook. But like, do you still want to be here? And if the answer is yes, it's like, great. What can we do? Like, how can we, carve this out? But if the answer is no, I feel like maybe you have a different kind of, you have a different obstacle that you have to navigate. But I think Marvin and Monty need to have a talk about how Marvin feels about Sacramento.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously we'll never get to know what that conversation is, considering how hush Monty.
You mean Monty won't tell us?
Yeah. And if he did, it would be like, oh, that was just behind the scenes. Next question. Like,
no, Woj will tweet it.
Because,
Yeah.
We had a good conversation.
Yeah. No, and that's why I don't know what that conversation sounds like. I don't know what that is, because we from the outside always speculate like, what's Marvin Bagley's relationship with Luke Walton, with this organization, with this city? And I mean, this city has dumped on him for years now, cyberbullying to the max. So I don't blame him for feeling a little bit of this animosity or anger toward other Kings fans that have just crapped all over him through the years. But there are so many good. So I hope he sees through the bad and understands too, he's a young guy. Like mentally, you just got to be stronger and understand there's going to be trolls out there and that you got to work through that, because there are going to be a community of people that appreciate you and want you to be here.
I also don't buy that he doesn't want to be here. I think maybe his dad popped off. I don't buy it. I don't. I think Marvin wants to play basketball. He wants to go out there and play. And his dad is obviously very passionate. Hell, you see his dad's Twitter account now. It's talking about the Kings in the playoffs. I'm like, yeah, let's go. He's all fired up now. Like the Kings are winning. And he's retweeting Kings logos. Like Marvin's dad's happy. Look, he's an emotional person. I don't know.
Yeah. And the other thing about it is, I know that I wouldn't say I was hard on him, but I didn't think he should have left the team. I was like, you should have stayed here. I was critical of that. But seeing him the last couple of times in the post-game interview, I felt really good for him. Because as much as, we say, hey, get over it and all this other stuff, I've never been hurt as much as he has during my career and trying to establish something. I can understand how that could be frustrating. I've never been in a situation where I feel like I'm a better player than what maybe I'm given the opportunity to show and I'm actually doing, and dealing with those frustrations. And then you're dealing with it in front of the world and a place. I'm not saying like this is New York, but this is like a really hot fishbowl here in Sacramento. It's a lot. And to see him be able to smile, have a good game, be the post-game interview and be able to smile, get the water poured on him, laugh and joke. I felt really good to see Marvin have that experience and play the way he's been playing lately.
Yeah, and it's good that like they've welcomed back, because that was the other thing I was worried about is like this guy bounces for a month and we go through like a 9-game losing skid. Now he's walking back in the locker room now. Like, where you been? So it seems like they've embraced him. He must have a great attitude. He's playing well. It's good. I still maintain, like, I don't think he needed to be away for a month. Like, be away for a couple of weeks. You got to be with your team. They can support you. But it's been good to see the response, and it's fun. It's easy to be critical because he hasn't lived up to expectations because of injury and just his play. And then you've got the guy who was drafted, with Luka. What he's been able to do this year and this last few years. But I'm happy for Marvin, the person, because like what you just said, to feel the pressure of being the number 2 pick, not living up to the hype, seeing the social media stuff, seeing what Luka's doing, people clowning you, calling you a bust all the time, and then you can't stay on the floor, you can't prove anybody wrong. It's got to be kind of a helpless feeling. And so for him to come back and have this type of success, and it's not just personal success, right? It's been team success too. Yeah. That's a big deal for him.
Well, absolutely.
Mo, were you the point guard?
You know what's funny? Yes. And what are you going to ask? Because I was just going to talk about how I did have those injuries and my shoulder would constantly come out of its socket. And then I had to get surgery and rehab back. And mentally, hopeless is the exact feeling that you feel. And again, this is on a way different level. This is JUCO basketball. This is not NBA. I was not picked number 2 in the WNBA draft or anything. Way lower level. But that feeling of hopelessness when you live your life to play basketball and you love it more than anything in the world, and that's getting taken away from you because it's something you can't control. Yeah, it's hard to deal with. But yes, point guard.
That shoulder rehab too, like especially when you have that thing where it like slips out repeatedly and you're getting that tightening thing and you've got to go through the rehab where you're just like walking your hand up a wall. That rehab is excruciating. And it is
physically.
Right. And that's more. And then I think about a guy who, Marvin's a great example, regardless of how to us, because we're used to MCL surgeries, ACL surgeries, Achilles tears. We hear all of these different things and we go, broken wrist.
Yes.
Broken metacarpal. I don't even know what the hell a metacarpal is. What is it? A finger?
Suck it up.
Ronnie Lott would play with that injury. So like we get so used to the big, like, okay, 6 months, 12 months, we get used to all of that stuff that we forget. No, like he's a basketball player. That's his hand.
Yeah.
He's gotta, he's got to
use it for everything. I mean, that's exactly it. And if it's not, it doesn't matter. Even if it's the middle finger that is fractured, which I've had happen before, it screws.
You use it too much. That's why.
Yeah. I'm just flipping the bird to everyone. It truly screws up the way that you pass the ball and how it rolls off your fingertips, or even how you shoot the ball and it rolls off. Just every little thing changes. And that's why even with him in his wrist, and I know the other night or last night, he was kind of shaking it like it was hurting him a little bit. And all I'm thinking is like, man, can he keep up this pace as we keep going? And if it does start to hurt, guess what? I'm not going to be mad at him or act like, oh, he's soft. Like it screws with people's games. It does.
Some of this. Yeah.
Casey, let me run with this real quick for Morgan, because the reason I actually asked you why you were a point guard before we got into the injuries is I wanted to ask you about DeLon. And being able to, I know we talked a little bit about him, but being able to step into that role of not only is the point guard out, but he's the best player on the team. Now, if you were with us earlier, Dorell told us he knew he was going to be the savior of the Sacramento Kings at a very young age. Of course, I'm manipulating Dorell's words just a little bit. You can hear the whole interview on the Odyssey app or on Twitch or YouTube. But the point being, he stepped in for the team's best player in arguably the most important position on the floor and has done it to an incredibly high level. He has played a role that he hasn't been asked to play at all this year.
Yeah. And how fun is it to see him not only step up in that role, which he knew he could do as well, but you guys, I truly believe it's what he's doing on the defensive end that is creating this high-spirited, energetic team on this offensive end. And so then everyone's kind of following along and being like, yeah, okay, let me do the same thing and have my long arms in the passing lanes. And wow, that generates so much more on the offensive end. And then for him, I feel like even when he's going to the basket, even with a sweet little reverse and he's blocking someone off with his body, he's having fun. You can see the joy in him getting these minutes and playing. So for him to step up in that point guard role when everyone knows that De'Aaron's supposed to be that leader in that role, it's so fun, fantastic to see. And he's showing why he deserves to maybe be here even longer.
Yes. Yes, I agree. Got to ask you guys. I think this is a pretty easy question. Tomorrow night, biggest game in history to go to one center. Pretty easily, right? Pretty easily, right?
Go.
Doesn't take much.
So I know you've been saying this, Kenny. I heard my guy Marshall Harris over at CBS 13 ask Luke after the game. I sure, if you want to call it that, but I think Golden One Center is like 5 years old, and they've been a lot of losing. So sure, guess what? Friday
biggest game in 5 years.
Guess what? Biggest game at Golden One Center is going to be Friday night, and if they win, then what? Then the biggest game Sunday against Oklahoma City.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Sure, we're acting as if it's like, hey, It's the biggest game ever in Lambeau's history. This isn't Lambeau Field, okay? We're talking about Golden One there where we've seen crap basketball for the last 5 years. So I'm sorry if I'm not jumping for joy. The biggest game. I'm excited for the game.
Oh yeah, I got shirts made.
But also,
I was there.
Don't get this twisted. Like, it's tough. Like, the odds are stacked against Sacramento tomorrow. Even if Fox gets back, San Antonio might be in a little bit of a funk, but they're a good team. They're ahead of you, right? So, you know, I get the sense that there's going to be a deep like depression if the Kings lose tomorrow. It's possible they do, right? Like, it's possible, especially in this group.
It could happen. I'm prepared for it.
But there's no depression. Like, you could lose. Like,
you put that ball down there. I'm winding up to kick that thing, baby. Oh, I'm winding up. Robbie Gold out here.
I mean, guys, are we playing with house money at this point?
Yeah, I mean,
you did the full Undertaker bit. You killed the lights. You rolled your eyes back, and Morgan's like, "What are we doing here?" Like, that's classic. That's the Undertaker bit as it works. You buried them weeks ago, but yet here we are.
But yes, they're playing with house money now, and it's fun to just come out, play with that effort, and give yourself a chance to win. God, if they win tomorrow night, though,
and that's why
Deuce accidentally got excited for a second.
No, I am. You know what? It's just crazy because here's my dream. Someone put this out on Twitter. Here is the dream of all dreams.
Okay.
You guys ready for this? Kings do get in the playing game, and then they have to play Luka and the Mavs.
Oh, I want all the smoke.
And they swept the Mavs. Could you imagine what Sacramento would be like if not only they got in the play-in, they played Luka and they beat him?
I would actually be excited.
Half the city would be.
We're having a parade downtown. Give me the gin.
Champagne,
Let's go.
all that.
We got you, McQueen and Nevada Fall. We told you.
That boy some McQueen for sure.
We're going down J Street if that happens.
I don't think there'll be anybody happier than me. I really don't. You guys know I hate the Mavericks. You know I hate the Mavericks.
I hate them.
I'm scared for you because I'm scared that your expectations are already too high and that you're going to be the lowest of low and call into your radio show and go, I can't come in today.
I'm ready, Mo. I'm ready. I said yesterday, I said Friday's going to be a big game. If they win on Friday and they win on Sunday, I'm having a full what's the guy's name that you did for the election?
Oh, John King?
John King. I'm having a whole John King about all the scenarios. I'm bringing it all up.
Actually, a source close says John King has a presentation that will be coming out Friday. So on that exact thing you're talking about.
I like it.
I said I was going to do that if they won on Friday and Sunday. I did it today. I'm ready. I'm ready now. Let's go.
Talk about like what's probably going to happen and just prepare yourself.
I'm going to lose.
They're going to beat the Spurs.
That's what I'm ready for.
They're going to beat the Spurs, and we're going to be like, oh, let's go. And then they're going to lose to OKC. They're going to play like a crap game against OKC. We're going to be like, damn it. Why? Did we even consider this again?
I'll be right there falling on my back after I tried to kick the football.
That's all right, though. That's all right. We're going to get you some gin. We told everyone earlier on the stream, we're going to make you Black Bottle Boys. We're going to get you some of these Luka. Well, are you even excited? Like, because you said you were like reserved and you're like, okay, like, come on. Like, are you like, where are you at?
So I'm not excited. And I used to think it was like, oh, me protecting myself. But at the same time, I also think it's me from a lot of the bad games getting burnt out of having to watch Kings basketball night after night when it was bad. When there's other games, I love watching basketball every night, but play well, play with some effort. And so I was kind of feeling that. And now that we've gotten some good basketball games, these last few games, I still go, all right, small sample size. They're just going to let me down just like they always do. So I'm kind of there. My expectations are very low, but I do know this. If they did win and get in that 10th spot, yeah, I would probably be shaking a little. And I hate it.
It's just crazy we're having this conversation. It really, like, if you would have said, hey, you're going to lose to the Jazz by 49. By the way, no Barnes, no Fox, no Halliburton. And we're going to be like, well, I mean, I was already dreading the last 6 games. So look, enjoy the moment.
Yes.
It's fun that we have a game Friday night that has some meaning, and it's one game at a time, and hopefully Sunday's going to have more meaning, and hopefully it goes all the way down to the end of the season.
Well, I talked about this real quick, Dame. I talked about this, and this is a real thing.
It's good. We went past our allotted time. We're in the night chat portion of our conversation with Deuce Mo.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here we are.
Now. Don't make it weird because we're still on the radio. Night chat gets a little adult sometimes, so it's.
But we talk about playoffs not being here for the last 15 years. The reality of the situation is, and maybe you guys can tell me if I'm missing something. They haven't played a game this late into the season, this important, in 15 years. Forget the playoffs. They haven't played a meaningful game with about a week and a half left in the season.
Yeah,
this important in 15 years.
Yeah, and
That's
I mean,
all in on this thing because we don't see this.
I mean, even going back to the Jaeger year, they were pretty much out of it at this point.
Yeah,
right?
what about a month ago? They were pretty much done. They were 10 games behind the 8th spot, 9 games,
and that's hey, this is what whether you love it or hate it, the play-in allows more competitiveness down the stretch of the season. So I don't love the fact that you could have a losing basketball team in the playoffs. I never loved that. Even years past when the East would always put like a couple of teams below 500 in, or even in football when Washington wins the division, they're below 500. I don't love it, but you have to acknowledge like the fact that Sacramento and their fans could get excited about a game when they're 7 games, whatever, below 500. They're playing better basketball because they have a chance. That's good.
And Damian, that's where I'm split too, because I hate the fact that there will be rewarding losers no matter what, especially with this playing tournament for a lot of these teams. And I really dislike that. But as a Kings fan who has watched losing basketball for so damn long, it is exciting. Like there's that excitement, not only to feel like this importance of this game again, but also I'm excited because those players, those young players are going to experience that feeling of having to win late in the season, because there's no other way that they would feel that unless this play-in tournament was here.
Yes.
Do you believe in like carryover, like momentum? Like we were talking about Phoenix earlier, and how Phoenix winning those 8 games in the bubble and kind of getting it on everybody's radar, and perhaps most importantly, getting on Chris Paul's radar when he's talking to Oklahoma City, and OKC is like, "Hey, we'll take care of you. What do you want to do?" And suddenly, Phoenix is a destination where he can rise up, have the Chris Paul effect, and they increase their win total by 40 or some absurd number or whatever it is. Do you believe that whatever momentum this team may or may not be building headed into the offseason, regardless of what happens with playing, can carry over?
I don't buy into the whole momentum thing. I buy into the experience, and going through the battles hardens you to the point that hopefully you learn from those experiences. And when faced with the challenges of the next year, you're more prepared for the moment. I don't, okay. I just don't think like, hey, remember we won 8 in a row to end the season, and 6 months later, the start of the season, we just carried it over. I'm like, no, I don't agree with that. But there's lessons learned in those moments.
Confidence, maybe.
Yeah, it could be confidence, and it could just be improvement and facing like we played a meaningful game. And like for the Suns, they played great basketball.
Yeah,
8-0, and they didn't make it. That pain. That drives you a little bit, I think.
You also face consistency, you guys. You see this Suns team, and you see a pretty consistent team. If anything, all that was really happening for them in the offseason were pieces added to make them better and to build on top of that experience. And for the Kings, year after year after year, you see things change, coaches get fired, new GMs. It feels like it's all the time. So that's the reason why, too, if you look at this Kings team and you go, okay, well, if you do believe in momentum, then you would see a lot of the same pieces. And I don't believe, and I'm sure a lot of people don't believe, that this is the team for the future. There are pieces on this team that are here for the future, but this is not the team, no matter how well they do if they get into the play-in tournament and play in it.
The other thing that kills me, the 2 9-game losing streaks. Imagine if you, instead of losing 9 in a row, just went like 2-7.
Come on.
Both times. Like, we're not having this conversation right now. We're like, it's a different conversation completely. We're talking about, hey, who can the Kings beat in the play-in? Who do they want to see, right? It's crazy that somehow, somewhat, you had 2 9-game losing skids. Win 1, go 1-8 or 2-7. Crazy.
Too much to ask.
Insane. I think about what my guy Jason Jones said numerous times about
former podcast partner, by the way. But sorry, go ahead, partner.
Current podcast partner, relax. The rumors of the demise have been greatly exaggerated. But he would talk about, getting the tanking and all this other stuff. And he's like, this franchise and this group, not saying it needs to lead to playoffs, but they need to finish a season playing well. Like all the since the Fox era, basically, the end of the season has been a flame out every time. Even the Jaeger year, they flamed out to end the season. Last year, they flamed out in the bubble. They need to, whether it results in a play-in or anything like that at all, they need to finish on a positive note. And I think that this would go a long way, whether they made the play-in or not. Finish on a positive note and be like, look, guys, we're not as far away as maybe it seems or we think. We just need to get ourselves together front office-wise, players, your mentality, what you do this offseason, let's get it all in there, as opposed to this hopelessness of, man, well, and on the flip side, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were if you end the season, on this losing streak or something like that. So that's what I always think about, man, this being important for like what you guys talked about, the experience, and just I guess I do agree with a little momentum to a certain degree and having that carry you into the offseason a little bit.
Just for the record, March 11th was the last J Street Vibes podcast. The vibes are back for the second half of the season.
Is it May 6th? It's May 6th today.
March 11th was the last J Street Vibes podcast. But yes, the demise of the J Street Vibes podcast, grossly over exaggerated. We'll ask this. It's something. Do you think Luke Walton's fate has already been decided? And do you think anything that happens or is currently happening will influence it?
Okay. Well, I'll start with, for some reason, I don't think it's been decided. And sadly, Deuce and I were talking about this too. Like, is it going to have to do with something with money? And if that's the case, that's not the right direction to go. But at the same time, I think even if you see what they're doing at the end of the season is important, but what's most important is his relationship with the star players, and that's De'Aaron Fox. And from what we read with Sam Amick in the Athletic article the other day, that's important to a lot of people as well.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been decided, but yeah, to echo what Morgan just said about the whole, like, yeah, but they owe him this much money. If that's the reason you bring him back, that's not it. Like, the reason you would do it is because Monty McNair goes, I get down with this guy and I believe in it. And that would be controversial, no doubt. We see the same thing what Kings fans are saying on social media all the time. But if that's Monty's decision, well, he's got to wear that. He's supposed to be running this front office. So, I would still be surprised if we're talking about Luke Walton as a head coach based on everything we've read, based on the fact that Monty didn't hire him. But who knows? I think a lot. We're going to find out a lot in this how they finish this season, and if they can finish it strong, who knows what happens.
The term gap year has been thrown around so much. It's a maddening term for me, but Kenny and I were talking about this earlier, in that the clock starts on like if it's truly a gap year, it's a gap year for Monty too. Then that gap year ends the day after the regular season, and we'll get a tweet from somebody or an announcement from somebody that tells us the Sacramento Kings have retained that have made the decision to move forward with Luke Walton or something along those lines, or we'll get the tweet that says the Sacramento Kings have moved on from Luke Walton. Either one of those decisions, Monty, it's now your coach and it's your team. If it's what you were talking about, and if there is money involved, that can't be put on Monty. That ain't Monty's money. He ain't spend that. Yeah. So it's like, it's at some point, Monty's got to take full ownership of this team. And I think the first decision he has to make, or at least the first decision he should be given the freedom to make this offseason, is whether Luke is back or not. And if that decision is truly his, then the clock starts on Monty. And I think the clock starts on Monty regardless the day after the season ends.
Oh, absolutely. This is a giant offseason. Kenny's talked about this in the past. I agree. Like next year, especially kind of how they're finishing, this should be a playoff team next year. And not saying this specific team, but you got to be aggressive this offseason, make the tweaks. Fox goes into year 5. You hope Halliburton comes back and he takes a leap in year 2, and then you figure out the rest of the roster. It's time. You got to end it. Next year can't be, hey, the Kings set the all-time NBA record for most consecutive years without the playoffs.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it sounds like there's something brewing over there on the Deuce and Mo YouTube channel. Make sure you go follow that. Follow
Let's
Deuce and
stumble
Mo.
in sometimes. Stumble in.
Yeah, I like stumbling in. It's like Christopher Columbus. He just stumbled upon America. Like he definitely had no clue that it was there. No idea. You guys take calls and everything. Video, Zoom. It's fascinating. There's 100 people in there. It's wild. Definitely didn't know it exists. First time I ever saw it. That's a fact.
So of course, stumble into it.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll regroup. We'll continue to talk trash on Twitch and YouTube, but we'll be back on the radio coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Bobby Marks on the way, by the way. We're nowhere near done. Bobby Marks of ESPN said to join us as D-Lo and Casey roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right.
Petty o'clock. Let's go.
Let's go.
45-minute conversation almost.
Was it?
Yeah. How about that?
Oh man, that was a podcast.
Yeah.
Victory vibes coming out tonight. Get the audio.
We're Deuce and Mo.
Yeah.
Deuce and Mo.
Yeah. Oh, that's great, you guys. So
it's
great.
just so well. There there are a lot of people who really like listening to you, not just in the chat, but like if we're here. There are people here who really like listening to you. So the longer those conversations go, the better for all of us.
Yeah.
I'll let that marinate there for a little while. I'll let that soak in the seasoning and let y'all figure that out.
And I do want to apologize for coming off so strong in the beginning. I just
I gotta be honest, the chat actually was kind of like pop for you in that moment.
Never apologize.
You
No.
guys, I know I'm just all about being kind to others, and when there's people that aren't
Except
kind,
in that moment.
No. The thing, when people are not kind, that's when I can go off and not be kind back. For years I just stopped, and I'm like, nope, no, boom, you're not kind to me or other people I know. Bop.
You're dead to me.
Yeah.
Which that's a strong reference to the person we've been making fun of most of the show, but that's not actually who you're referring to. So that entire 45 minutes, as much as the conversation was flowing, I felt bad because I didn't know that. No, I know that you guys didn't have the same relationship that I did, but I didn't know what you told me. Yeah. And so that was like, oh, that sucks.
And I have other stories that I will tell you some other time. But for the most part, though, just that's the other thing. You gotta be friends and like people that have done things for you. So like, I understand, it's everyone's gonna have their own people and different relationships and how people have treated them. That's just what
I also know who he is, and I know he's. Yes. I know, it's not like,
yeah,
no, it's like, yep.
And that's my experience.
I can see that.
All right, look who's back in the chat.
Yeah.
I thought they were gone.
Dude, your chat is on fire.
Bro.
Back in the chat. I thought they were
gone. I'm sure we've had some visitors. I don't know what to do. John says Deuce and Mo on 1320 needs to be a thing. Okay. Hey, I don't know that. Where Danny? Are you there? Danny, just hit the thumbs up if you're there, Danny. You might have us in the background. You might have us on the Odyssey app. Just hit the thumbs up. Let us know that you're there.
Does it have to be 4 hours? Can we talk about a later start in the morning?
We go 4 hours here, baby.
We're thinking 7 a.m.
Can we go to
Who
7?
listens at 6 anymore?
Oh, no one listens at 6.
I don't think anybody listens to the radio in the morning in this market. They listen to they might listen to the morning roast or the night chat that they missed the night before. And ain't nobody listening to the radio. Documented evidence of that. Danny must be preoccupied. Normally he shoots us the thumbs up, but it's all right. We just know all is seen and all is heard.
We some wild boys. We some wild boys and girls. I tell you that, man.
We are on one today, and I am for it.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Hey, that's my fault, guys. That was just. All right, guys, we got to go. I'm sorry about that, guys. All right, love you guys. Thanks.
See you guys.
All right, bye,
guys. It's like the sophomore class.
The childish antics of Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway
We're always
continue
here
here.
for it. Did you hear J. Cole coming out with a new joint?
You know, I heard.
He said midnight. He giving us a song at midnight. Then the album coming next week, I think.
Yeah, I need more than the song, man. I'll catch up with you next week.
Ooh, that boy called. No, we ain't gonna listen to the song.
It's I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said I need the whole album here. Now maybe that. Now they pulled the okey doke last time. But this one feels like legitimate.
I think it's gonna happen. It's
time. J. Cole, like it's J. Cole's album. The last time it was like J. Cole's crew.
Dreamville,
it's like
it was cool. You know what I'm saying? It's cool, but I'm not classifying that as Cole.
Yeah, it wasn't J. Cole.
Yeah.
And since J. Cole is dropping an album, you know, maybe my man from Compton can come out of retirement. I mean, I don't know what's more frequent. I don't know what's more recent, the Kendrick Lamar album or a J Street Vibes podcast.
Yo, or
a Bigfoot sighting. They just don't happen. They don't happen.
When Damn came out, I was living in LA. That's how long it's been.
I used to 4 years. I used to have a counter, like every once in a while, like I knew the date Damn was released. It was like April something. And every once in a while I go back. How long ago was April? Like April 14th, 2000. And I know the exact amount of days that Damn was released. But I guess when you drop an album like that wins the awards that it did, and maybe you're not so eager to come out with a follow-up. Maybe you're just like, all right. So I just dropped Thriller. And while some people don't like to admit this, Bad is a phenomenal album. For some reason, it doesn't get the same love as Thriller does.
Bad. Are you one of those people who
probably?
I don't think you are. Who thinks Off the Wall might be better than Thriller?
No. Off the Wall was a different.
You've seen that, right? Though you've seen that argument.
Yeah, no. Off the Wall is phenomenal, but it's like Off the Wall is like the last album of a dying era. It's like a disco album. It's like you know what I mean? It's like a disco record. So it's like for me, like I didn't live through disco. So the closest you'll get me to listening to disco. It's Off the Wall.
Exactly.
You burn this disco out, and you know, don't stop till you get enough is essentially a disco record.
What's my other song?
Off the Wall, Working Day and Night. She's Out of My Life. Like the album is lit.
I'm trying to think.
Girlfriend, I'm gonna tell your boyfriend. Yeah. No, like Mike. I mean, those first three albums from Mike were wild.
Feel the beat.
Oh, Rock With You, of course. The one song on the album I didn't name. Like I named all 8 songs on the album.
One of my favorite songs. I think Billie Jean is the best song he ever made.
Really?
Yes.
Might be that
song he ever made.
Legit might be your hottest take ever.
It's a perfect song. It is perfect. Flawless. You know what's in my top 5? We talked about this. My top 5, I don't know where it's at, but it's definitely one of his best songs ever is Butterflies. I love Butterflies.
What top 5 or top 10?
Top 5. I can put Butterflies in my top 5. Perfect song.
Boot Young Kobe out the chat. He said Damn was kind of garbage.
Come on, Young Kobe.
Kobe, you grounded. Like you're on restriction. You're on restriction. That's it. That is Kobe's worst take right there. That is Kobe's worst take. Wow, Billie Jean, the perfect song. I don't even know if Billie Jean cracks my top 5. I mean, it's good. It's good, but I don't know that it cracks my top 5. Like, I mean, The Way You Make Me Feel though is the one where oh, man, you get us on a whole other show here, boy.
Look here, though. Tomorrow, we can do whatever we want.
I've heard that. This is true. Confirmed reports. Given the fact that during the commercial break there on the chat, we were begging for a thumbs up from Danny in San Francisco. I don't think he's listening today. We could probably do whatever we want now. Not that Danny in San Francisco ever tells us what to do, but he always pokes his head in here in the chat to remind us that he's listening as we're here talking about and singing Michael Jackson records. Got top fives popping up here. Human Nature, Rock with You, Man in the Mirror, PYT, Smooth Criminal. Like, okay, that's a good top five. That's a good top five. And it's nice to hear from
Dirty Diana a couple of times. Dirty Diana is a damn good song.
You never make me stay. It's nice to see a cruise from it's nice to see a text from Brian Cruz that doesn't slander Buddy Hield in any way, shape, or form.
It's the first of its kind.
This is a collector's item. Like if this was a Top Shot, this would be like $1 million Top Shot here on the stream.
K Fibbin, look,
dude, K Fibbin is in here. Wow,
yeah.
What a moment!
He said my background looked like a '90s R&B music video.
Hey,
ain't wrong either.
Come and talk to me. The remix.
It does have a little Jodeci Total vibe to it. I understand that. I get it. 112.
I love that you threw Total in there.
Because that's Can't You See? It was kind of like this.
Because it had the white cloths. I'm with it. I'm with it. This is it. We're deep in the culture right now, so I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna pull. See, you know what's funny about Can't You See with me is the second Big's verse ends, I'm on to the next record. The second Biggie is done, it's like, yo, can't you see?
That.
Can't You See is my jam. Biggie's opening verse is done. I'm out. That's not, and I'll be honest, that's not that different than Only You either.
Well,
Jesus, the Notorious.
I mean, Mace did his thing though.
No,
I thought you were going to say it's not more different than Notorious Thugs.
Oh, that's factual. Bone Thugs and Harmony isn't even on Notorious Thugs. They're not even there.
I play it back again and then skip to the next song.
I'll run that back a second time. It's Bone and Biggie. It's Bone and Biggie. I remember. What am I
with all of us?
Yeah, she's mad at everybody.
Get your slander in Total.
Get your own talk show, Jazz. Like I don't even know. I ain't got to pay for that. You're gonna have to pay for that later. You won't get in on this.
We love Total around here. We love Total.
Really?
Yeah. Total actually got you could put together like a 10-track best of Total album.
Yeah, but like the final 4 would be okay. They wouldn't be. They'd be okay. It wouldn't be.
What's in on there? Maybe the final 2 might be okay. They got 8 solid for sure.
We're gonna have to talk about that one during the next break because I'm gonna need an outline.
When we get together and have our first verses, we're gonna have a live verses.
Dude, that's real talk. We're gonna have a lot. I would say we'll stream it, but we'd get fined or booted off all social media channels if we tried to stream it. But yeah, no, we're doing a live versus. We're going to head to head. What was it? It was Mariah versus Whitney. I think that was Mariah,
one. And Mary J in there. Mary J and Janet. I think they're the 1 and the 2 seed.
Okay, but Janet's the 1 seed. Mary J's the 2 seed.
Yeah, maybe. My whole thing was Whitney.
There's no maybe.
Whitney wouldn't beaten. She's definitely not beating Mary and Janet. I don't know if she could beat Mariah.
Janet can beat Whitney and Mary J.
Maybe so.
I think that was the crux of the argument. Whitney can beat Mary J in a versus.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay.
That might.
I mean, you could be wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
That might get ugly, to be honest. Once we get into the championship rounds, it might get ugly.
10 rounds? 10 rounds. How many rounds are we going?
12.
Whitney versus Mary J. Oh, please stop it.
Please
stop it. Please stop it. But Whitney would have won 8 of them by then. You might win 8 of 3.
No, Mary might be. We might have to throw in the towel.
Preposterous. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should apologize to the soul of Whitney Houston right now for just thinking that. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on these phone lines and you want to jump in here and be a part of the chat as well. Come with some thick skin if you get dude. Cole, my man Cole got it right. Total would be in the playing game at best. Like Total right now, when it comes to 90s arm, Total's 2.5 games out of the final playing spot.
I'm gonna tell you like this though. I think Total might get escaping SWV, who's the next versus.
They ain't getting SWV. You can get escape. They ain't getting SWV.
Yeah, they're not as deep as we like to think.
They might not be deep, but those top records will blow anything Total ever did out the water.
They got one top.
It's that one album. No, Weak. I'm so into you. Always on my mind. Right here with the Human Nature beat. Sit down. Like you acting like a child right now. You're acting like a child.
Man, they start playing Kissing You, and don't matter who knows. Don't care who sees.
I don't even know what record that is.
Come on, man. You were spinning the records.
I wasn't spinning a total record. I'll tell you that. By the time I got to KSFM in 2001, total had burned out. Total was finished.
I'm gonna tell Omar Epps. I'm telling Omar Epps.
What's Omar Epps got to do with this conversation?
He's married to Keisha.
Keisha and Pam. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know Omar Epps was married to Keisha.
Married for a long time. Got not a grown daughter, but she's like a teenage daughter.
Well, we're gonna regroup here because this
Kings on Friday.
biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center. Yeah, this got away from us pretty quickly. So what we'll do, we'll step out, we'll come out, we'll reset. Bobby Marks still scheduled to join us at 3:20. Bobby's got some ideas about what the Sacramento Kings can do to get stronger in the offseason. The 90s R&B conversation is going to continue on Twitch, but we'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. A couple of other NBA notes, including LeBron James, his prospective return, and I'm eyeballing history for the next couple of days. I'll explain as D-Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 station for hip hop and R&B. That's just a line from my old school days at KSFM. You know what it is, baby. It's ESPN 1320.
I think I'm in the minority. I think it's Good Kid, Mad City.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, people are going to say
it's the Pimp a Butterfly. I mean, like, okay, wait a minute. Damn's not even in the conversation. Like, I think most.
I like them. I don't think it's better than those two.
To Pimp a Butterfly is special. I mean, they're.
I like that one, but Good Kid, Mad City has like no bad songs.
Yeah, that was.
I don't think Kendrick Lamar has a bad song.
He might not. Good Kid, Mad City took you on a journey.
Mm-hmm.
It took you on a journey, and
I did.
It's like during that time, that's when I lived in the Carson Paramount era in Mexico. So, you know, I wasn't like those neighborhoods like that, but training the kids and stuff like that, I was around those kids, those type of kids all the time, man. And it's like, yo, he bodied this. So it's got a little different flavor for me, but Weekend's great. Let me hold on, man. You don't make me pull up something, man. Y'all make me pull up Total real quick.
Yeah, but Total ain't it. If this were the old days before we were threatened, I'd drop a couple of records right here during the commercial break. Total. Does Total even have an essentials? Oh, they do.
Absolutely.
Tripping. Bro, it's 10 songs deep, dog.
Yeah, it's 10 songs. All flames.
No. This couple of these ain't even their records.
Discipline, I don't know.
They did the hook on the May song.
Sitting home, and the remix is Sitting Home. It's
bro. This is horrible. You should be ashamed of yourself. No, that's okay. That works.
And then Lounging. I mean,
all right, I named like
a huge song.
I named like 5 songs off the top of my head from SWV that are better.
Let me see SWV. I'm gonna go to their essentials because SWV, and I love them. I used to love Lily. That was my girl.
Weak is do anything above the rim. That's gotta be your jam right there.
Anything was a smash. Anything is absolutely a smash.
Can we kick it tonight, bro? Yeah. Apologize to SWV.
They got Weak right here. Anything. I'm so into you.
You got to go downtown.
Yeah, they total not fooling with them. Total not.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We got it. Okay.
Now, do you think
victory?
There are people who think Escape got him. I'm not one of those
SWV.
People. Yeah.
Please tell them people. You know what those are? Those are the
got some stuff.
Those are those reality show watchers. In the girls, wasn't the girl one of the big reality stars?
Yeah, Candy's on.
I love her voice. Like I just love the way that she talks.
Candy's on. I love the way she talks too.
But yeah, not even close. Hey, there's Danny. He jumped in the Slack. He's on Odyssey. All right, Danny. Oh, he's on Rewind. He's listening. He's listening like 10 minutes ago. All right, I'm with it.
Sitting home waiting for you. Forest Hill Drive. That was a great.
Yeah, man.
album.
That was.
I love that album. Great album.
The only thing with Kendrick is he comes out with an album every 50 years, dude. That's yep. That's the maddening part about it. That's the maddening part.
Don't care who sees me thinking DNA is better than J. What do you mean DNA is better than J. Cole? What are you talking about?
You mean damn? DNA's a record. Oh, he's saying the DNA song is better than J. Cole's whole catalog.
Stop.
That don't make sense. You can't compare one song to
Lazy.
some people don't get into J. Cole.
I can understand why too.
Because a little bit slower.
A little slower, a little. I remember he made dope. What was the album where it was basically about the little his partner that died or whatever? And I thought it was great. Someone, the neighbors think I'm selling dope. That album, and people were like, you either loved it and thought it was unbelievable art, or you were like, this put me to sleep. Like there was no in between. They're like, this was such a boring album.
This
absolutely
conversation to be had. What's great here is we just kind of start dancing, and the stream can't hear, like Twitch, YouTube, they can't hear the music, but we got Smooth Criminal playing in our ears, and so we're lit here right now. We feeling it. How many times did you try to lean over?
Oh my gosh, and hundreds of times.
I was well into my 20s before I knew they were shoes. Before I knew he had special shoes. Yeah, he had special shoes, and they would latch into, like when he did it in concert, they would latch into the ground. And so he leaned like that. They've showed like a design for him before, how he designed these shoes that help him like lean forward. If you didn't try that, you ain't lived through it.
Everything on the playground when he did that, stopped everything. You know who loves Michael Jackson?
D-Lo?
Reese.
That's you raising him right. You raising him right. That's the way it should be. It's absolutely the way it should be. And you being here is the way it should be, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or Odyssey. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We got a big final hour on the way as Bobby Marks of ESPN set to join us coming up at 3:20. He's got some ideas for the Sacramento Kings this coming off season, which is kind of weird because we're kind of enjoying the current season that we're in right now. At least we're enjoying the moment. I'm curious to get his takes on Marvin Bagley. Obviously, he's been studying the Sacramento Kings. He's written about them, and this article wasn't written weeks ago. This article was written within the last day or two. Yeah. So he's aware of the way that the Sacramento Kings are playing right now. Of course, Marvin Bagley's biggest game since his return was last night, and Marvin has been a constant question for us. Like, we've had Marvin on the team, we've had Marvin in the core, we've had Marvin in the core, we've traded Marvin, we've got Marvin in Toronto, we've got Marvin like selling oranges, we've got Marvin doing just about everything through the course of this season. But when you watch him last night, like when you see what he's able to do, when you wonder, and this is perhaps the most infuriating thing for Kings fans, is because they're left with, you don't want Marvin Bagley. There's like, it's you don't want Marvin Bagley to be like that. What if? Right. We talk about like what are the greatest what ifs in all the sports, and Derrick Rose's name comes up, and Penny Hardaway, and Grant Hill is a Hall of Famer for God's sakes, but Grant Hill was Christian to be the next Michael Jordan. He was supposed to be the guy. He was supposed to be the face of the league, but those ankle injuries kind of shut him down. Kings fans are scared to death Marvin Bagley is going to end up that what-if player, that he's going to end up the Sam Bowie, that he's going to end up the Greg Oden, that he's going to be the guy who's perpetually injured and never realizes his full potential. And then you have moments last night where you're like, yo, is that Marvin Bagley? It's like the evil twin referee from back in night. Is that Marvin Bagley or is that Marvin Bagley? Like, which one is he? And you look at that last night, man, and what was your word again? Tantalized?
Tantalizing.
Man, it's hard not to be tantalized when watching Marvin Bagley, and you see the way that he played last night.
I'm fully in the camp of I'd rather ride this thing out with Marvin and be wrong than to let him grow early and be right. Like, yeah. I'll ride it out. It's almost like I would talk about with the 49ers during the draft. I was like, I'm okay with getting Justin Fields and Trey Lance and be wrong. Like, I can deal with that because those are talents. You took a chance on it. Not all things work. I can live with Marvin Bagley and you riding this out. And I'm just going to say, give him a second contract and riding this thing out and being wrong, as opposed to him leaving either this offseason or next offseason and turning it into what I think he could be, which is a 20-10 type of guy. Health provided, but
Sure.
He's too young. He's too talented. He's got too much potential to not have him here.
And he's been a 14-7 guy through his entire career. Like when we were talking to Deuce and Mo earlier, and we laid out like they're 14.9, 14.2, 14.4. Those are his scoring averages through his 3 years. Now, the games are the problem. You look at rebounds, 7.6, 7.5, 7.5. You run down and you look at all of these categories and you go, he's been the same player the whole time. The concern is games played, 62, 13, 41. The 62 was in an 82 game season. The 13 was in a 72 game season. And here we are, at 41, approaching the end of another 72 game season. Those are the concerns for Kings fans.
And for me, the frustration has always been the opportunity. I mean, he doesn't get the opportunity. He shoots, I think, on average for his career, like 11 times a game.
That's it.
He's shooting 50% from the field on his career. And you see stuff like last night, Will Z talking about 22 field goal attempts on the game is a career high for him. I'm not saying he needs 22 every night, but I definitely feel like he's a guy that should be in that 17 to 20 type range. Now, the thing about that, which is, people kind of get on Luke. I saw a guy Warren last night. He was like, I'm even more mad at Luke now for holding his kid back the whole time.
Luke cannot do anything right.
He cannot win here in Sacramento. But I remember Jason Jones on the podcast used to always say Luke had a lot planned Marvin going into last season and surrounding the offense and focusing on him in the offense. Then he got hurt and he wasn't there essentially for the whole year. And I don't know what the plan was for this year, but I understand a situation where it's like I always say, the biggest concern, I can't rely on him. I can't make him the focal point of what I want to do on the offensive end because I don't know if he's going to be here. So when he is here, we'll make it work. We'll get him his looks, but to have him as the focal point, I can't rely on that. I understand that. I get it. You may have to roll the dice though and say, hey, we gotta focus on getting him to rock. We gotta feature him in this offense. And if he's not here, then he's not here. But he's gonna be taking more than 11 shots a night moving forward.
916-349-1320. If you want to go old school and get on the phone lines again, that's 916-349-1320. Our daily call from Manny. Manny, what's happening, baby?
Manny.
So with the whole Bagley, I just think because of where they're at as far as location, the way the Kings operate, at this point, you can't let him go. You have to see where this takes him. No matter what happens from this point on to the end of the season, whether he continues the streak or if he, comes down to earth a little bit, you're at this point where in free agency, getting guys to come here and things like that, where dude, your best bet is hoping he stays healthy. He becomes anything near, and it's all gravy. It's all gravy at this point. I don't think you're not an organization that can just go out and get a Jimmy Butler or get a top tier, at least not yet. So that's how I feel about that. Real quick, guys, I just had a real quick hip-hop album you guys need to check out. It's called Stellar Mind by a group called Benefits and Confidence. If you love the 90s vibe, Chubb Rock's on there, Master Ace is on there, Cat from the Digging in the Crates crew. It is a phenomenal album.
Okay. We're on that.
Manny's a backpacker.
Yeah.
He be deep into the hip hop.
Yeah.
He always sending me something, man. I check out whatever he send me, but he a backpacker.
If in the crates was a person, it's Manny. like Manny is a legit in the crates person. And then it Marvin Bagley brings out he brings out the absolute best and worst of fans in general. And this isn't to just Kings fans, because Morgan, she talked about this earlier, and she regularly talks about this on the Deuce Mo podcast, which you can stumble across anywhere you get podcasts from, and on YouTube and Twitch as well. She talks about, what Marvin has had to endure being the number 2 pick with Luka Doncic going, after him, and then the career that Luka Doncic has had, and the cyber bullying that Marvin Bagley has had to endure. And while I'm not going to dismiss any of that because it's all very accurate. I don't know that it's exclusive to Sacramento, meaning I don't know that I'm not confident that that doesn't happen in other markets with other cities, with other players who potentially, drafted in a place that maybe the fan base doesn't think they should have been. Like, what would it have been like for Mac Jones had he had been drafted after all of that talk leading into the draft, if he had been taken number 3 by the San Francisco 49ers? What would he have had to deal with San Francisco 49er fans? So it's not exclusive, at least in my estimation, to the Kings and to Marvin Bagley. It's being a fan in 2021. Like, you have the ability to go on social media and be mad, and you have the ability to tag someone and think that person's going to see what you're writing.
Right.
But he also gives us moments like he had last night. And even in performances earlier this year, and this really stood out yesterday, and I think you pointed this out when you were talking about his post-game press conference. He's had performances even this year where he's played really well. Mm-hmm. But he's never reacted to any of those games the way he reacted yesterday.
Yes,
like he was smiling. I mean, I think Harrison like dumped water on him. Was that like it gave him like a de facto Gatorade shower? Like, those fans felt that because deep down, no matter how frustrated, no matter what Kings fans think the Kings should have done in that draft. If you really are a Kings fan and not just whining about something, you want Marvin to succeed. This is what it all boils down to, is the success of Marvin Bagley, and you want him to succeed. And when you see him play like that, that light bulb goes off like, man, he could be not a guy. He could be that guy. Right. And that was always the idea. Remember, it wasn't that long ago where we're talking about the financial, ramifications of keeping Marvin Bagley for $11 million. Are you old enough to remember at Marvin's rookie year when we were talking about 2 max contracts extensions, how we were because we're all general managers, how we were going to put together the contracts of all Sacramento Kings free agents because we had to lock up De'Aaron Fox long-term and we had to give out a max extension to Marvin Bagley III.
Damian, when he hit the 360 alley-oop, it was over. I said, oh my gosh. I said, oh my gosh. This is what we get to look forward to. Oh my God.
Let's go.
Yeah, man. Hey, and look, this is why I would always be so frustrated about people saying, once again, going back to the 49ers draft, about Mac Jones being Marvin Bagley and Trey Lance and Justin Fields being Luka. Because, like I said, no disrespect to Mac Jones, but he was never, ever the prospect that Marvin Bagley was. Marvin Bagley was not no come out of nowhere scrub. Like, he was a phenom. He was a phenom at the age of like 15, for at least high school here in the States. And you knew the potential was there. You knew the talent was there. It was really just a case of him getting healthy and staying healthy. And hopefully he continues to stay healthy and continues to get better. But no, this wasn't I know people like to feel this way, especially after seeing what Luka has been able to do. Marvin Bagley was not a reach, at least in my opinion. It was not a reach. Was Luka maybe the better pick? Obviously. But it's not like he got a guy that wasn't going to go. Marvin Bagley was going to go like 2 picks later, probably.
Yeah, he would have gone. Yeah.
This is not a reach to go get somebody like Marvin Bagley. So I hope he can keep it up, man, and just stay on the floor.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We thank you so much for spending your day here with us. We're with you for the next hour. Bobby Marks is going to be with us coming up in about 19 minutes. Make your plans to be with us coming up at 3:20. We'll talk about the Kings' current success. And more importantly, because this is what Bobby was writing about, we'll talk to Bobby about the Sacramento Kings offseason. And who knows, the offseason could be a long way away with the way that this team is playing right now. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can jump over there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the subscribe button, hit the heart, hit the thumbs up, hit the bell, hit all of the buttons there once you get there. or you can get us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Kings get their 4th victory in a row last night, 104-93 against the ever imploding Indiana Pacers, who I don't know that we mentioned that we were talking about Greg Foster, that uncomfortable incident that happened. And I mean, It was uncomfortable for some. I thought it was funny. I was like, man, these two really about to go. Like, things are in poor Nate Bjorksen's got to be thinking, guys, do you know what Woj tweeted today? You're doing this to me today. Y'all are really going to do that after that report went out there today. And they did. I think Greg Foster was suspended. The player was fined. And, that's kind of where that situation is at. And thank you to the Indiana Pacers. And also sorry to the Indiana Pacers. Obviously, they're big fans of D'Lo and KC. They were listening. We said, go ahead. Let it hit a boiling point when you take on the Sacramento Kings. You can fix it today. No word on if they fixed it today, but it definitely hit a boiling point last night. A lot more Kings things I want to talk about. A lot more Kings things we will talk about. A couple of other things I just want to make quick mention of. As Shams tweeted just a couple of minutes ago, LeBron James expected to return to the lineup for the Los Angeles Lakers next week. We know that he's not playing tonight, and we know that he's not playing. I think it's the first night of a back-to-back. I think they play tomorrow as well. But he's not playing in either of the upcoming games from the Los Angeles Lakers. Shams tweeted the belief is LeBron James will be back into the lineup early next week. I imagine he'll be on a minutes restriction, if you will. They're going to be monitoring his minutes closely. They're going to be monitoring his ankle as their playoff run. Who knows where they'll be gets ready to get underway. Also,
just as long as he's ready on May 16th. That's all I'm worried about.
What's that?
I'm ready for the last game of the season.
LeBron James, May 16th. Yes, please be ready by then. Our dear friend LeBron James. Big fans of LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers that day. All Kings fans will be. I'm also a big fan of Russell Westbrook. I don't know if you've heard that. This could be news to you. Could be news.
Kind of.
Washington Wizards are taking on the Toronto Raptors coming up today at 4:30. Russell Westbrook, 2 triple-doubles shy of tying Oscar Robertson. He has an opportunity to break that record. Obviously, 3 will break the record. There's 6 games left, and he's throwing out triple doubles. He's throwing out some pretty wild ones as well. I'll be locked into that. And here's another note. This does not pertain to the Sacramento Kings and the Indiana Pacers whatsoever.
Okay.
8 teams scored 130 plus points yesterday.
Man. Jeez.
You would have just known if I had said 8 teams scored 130 plus points yesterday and the Kings played. You would have just known
it would have been in there.
That the Sacramento Kings, they probably would have been in there as a team that scored 130, and they would have been in there as a team that gave up 130.
It would have been 138 to 137.
They were neither one of those, as Boston scored 132 yesterday. They beat Orlando by 36.
Oof.
Portland scored 41. They beat Cleveland by 36. Atlanta scored 135 against the Phoenix Suns.
Beat them.
Houston scored 135 Philadelphia scored 135 against Houston. Milwaukee beat Washington 135 to 134. Memphis beat Minnesota 139 to 135.
Ja Morant went off.
Oh my goodness. Did we talk about that? Ja Morant says he's
I think we talked about a little bit in the
I think it was on Twitter.
Yeah.
I think your man Elijah got us into that conversation. Ja Morant said he's a top 5 point guard in the league right now.
I think he said in the conference.
No, I think he said he's a top 5 point guard in the league, and Elijah said he's not even a top 5 point guard in the conference.
And he's right. Elijah is.
He's not a top 5 point guard in the conference?
No, absolutely not. And I like Ja. Ja is a bad boy. He can play. He's on the rise, but he's not a top 5 point guard in the conference. No.
Help me out.
Okay, we got Chris Paul. We've got Steph Curry. We've got Dame Lillard.
Okay.
We got De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
And, I mean, depends on what you want to do with Luka. You put him in there.
Luka like a power forward in the All-Star game or something?
Yeah, we don't have to throw Luka in there. John's not better than Jamal Murray.
Okay.
So, I mean, look, he's 6 or 7. Like, it's not, I don't have him 15, but he's not top 5.
Okay, that's fine. I was just asking. You ain't got to get hot about it. Brother, just asking a question.
Don't start with me, Amin. Don't start with me.
He ain't no Nikola Jokic. I mean, Nikola Jokic is the point guard for Denver, right?
He does everything.
He does do everything, man. He is that guy. That's why he's going to win the MVP this year. Well, no, that's not why he's going to win the MVP, but he's definitely going to win the MVP. He's had an extraordinary season. Yeah, that was a still though. New York, I mean, their season is a massive W all around, despite that loss to the Denver Nuggets last night. And it'll be fun next week to really dive into where we're at with some of these seedings, because 1 and 2 aren't locked up in the Western Conference, but the teams that are going to be 1 and 2 are pretty much locked up. Yeah. It's either going to be Utah or it's going to be Phoenix. You could drop down a little bit further and say the same thing is going to be true with the 3 and 4. It's not locked up who's 3 and who's 4, but it's pretty much locked up that it's going to be either Denver or it's going to be Los Angeles. And then the Clippers. And then what's going to happen with the Mavericks, the Lakers, and the Portland Trailblazers will be fun to watch over the course of the next week or so.
Right there.
Portland, you've done the Deuce Mason Undertaker gimmick on the Portland Trailblazers a couple of times this year. It sounds like, though, from what we read recently, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they've had a couple of runs here, a couple of runs there. Apparently, I wonder if everybody's got their everybody in the league, meaning has their Portland Trailblazers alerts. Like, they're looking at the roster going, which one of these players can we poach from them when this season inevitably?
I got my eye on CJ.
So let's get back to the Kings here and your CJ. I think you might be misguided with your CJ thing.
Okay, maybe so.
Only because, and I'm not saying that there's room for this, but for 2 years, brother. The Kings fans have tried to dump off Harrison Barnes because he's too old.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he's younger than CJ.
I mean, they're wrong, but
I completely agree. Completely agree. But CJ's the answer to all of the problems for the Kings.
Love
CJ, not diminishing CJ at all. I just you are all in on CJ McCollum, and I understand that part of that is the state of the Portland Trailblazers and what we believe will happen when the Portland Trailblazers season is over, at least what has been reported about what will happen when the Portland Trailblazers season is over. But is that the guy? We can even throw this question to Bobby Marks when he joins us coming up here in about 10 minutes. But is CJ really that's the guy?
I'll put it to you like this, and I already know the answer is. I know how you feel. If they replace CJ with Buddy, that would be the answer, right?
Yes, but I don't believe it's that simple.
I don't think so either. You'd have to give up a little bit more, maybe your first round pick or something like that. And then I'm not sure if I want to do that. I'm willing to give up the first round pick. I remember I've come around and I'm willing to give up the first round pick this year, but it has to be for a CJ like player. It has to be for a Pascal Siakam type player. But I think that's the way you make that happen. And a week ago I had Marvin Bagley in some possible trades. He's about it. He's not in them trades no more.
Yeah,
he's not in them trades no more.
Follow up, teacher, Mr. Caraway.
Trade though.
Yeah. Is CJ coming off the bench?
What, here?
Yeah, here.
No, he's not. He's not coming off the bench.
So you okay? Those listening on the radio, you can't see this. You got this stupid grin on your face, as Stone Cold Steve Austin would say, because you realize what I just threw at you. So now tell me what you're gonna do with our rookie if CJ McCollum is the starting 2 guard.
Well, maybe you go, 3 guard lineup. Honestly,
you hate the 3 guard lineup.
I do. But
who are you? What is happening right now?
I'm throwing out all options like Monty and other GMs. I'm just throwing it up against the wall, seeing what sticks, seeing what I like. Now, I will say this. I said a CJ like player. I moved off CJ specifically. Remember, I also talked about Robert Covington. Now, I wouldn't give up a first rounder for Robert Covington, but a guy like that. Oh, good job, Brian. There you go. Nurkic don't play no defense, man.
Sometimes I have to remind Kenny that we're on the radio. The message from Brian Cruz says I'd rather pull Nurkic or Covington from Portland.
Yeah.
Which and then John, a couple of seconds before, John Bull it hit us in the chat saying, "Give me a good big, not a good guard."
Okay, maybe, but what are we doing here? You got Rashawn Holmes, you got Marvin Bagley.
Do you have Rashawn Holmes?
I mean, that's the plan. That's the plan. I don't know if you can execute it. But Mark's gonna let us know if we execute it. But that's the plan. You got Rashawn, you got Marvin, you got Harrison at the 3. In that article, Bobby said Harrison's a 4 now. I disagree with Bobby.
Well, he was playing a 4.
Yeah.
He shouldn't stay there.
Yeah, I don't. We need some clarification if he feels like that's where his position is moving forward, or if that's just where he was playing. So we'll talk about that.
Let's get that clarification because Bobby Marks is going to join us. Bobby Marks of ESPN, he's going to join us. We'll talk about how the Kings are playing right now. We'll talk about what the Kings might be able to do this offseason to finally break, assuming, of course, they don't do it this year, to finally break the 15-year playoff drought. That's coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue. You can listen to that conversation on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and, of course, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You can get some if you need to. I'm gonna just stand up.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back then.
Let me see what people talking about. They're saying that Floyd and Jake Paul got into it. Let me see what this is all about. I think Portland gave up like 2 firsts for Covington. Yeah, maybe give up a future first. Well, I wouldn't give up this year's first for Covington. I mean, I know you're not saying that we give up 2 firsts. That's what they paid for him, but yeah. Okay, I see you stunting on them boys. I see you. Yeah, man, I like these shorts. Oh, here we go. Let me turn it down. I ain't trying to get in trouble. I ain't trying to take it. This boy took his hat and Floyd came after him. Floyd gonna knock this boy out. And Floyd don't even knock people out like that.
All right. What are you looking at?
Did he get roughed up already? Jake Paul and Floyd Mayweather. Oh, they trying to go
Lord.
to the tunnel. What's going on? We need a better cameraman.
Man, you know that's fake.
I don't know. This one look like it might be some real heat.
That's a work. The one thing I'll say about your boy, he's smart. He know how to promote.
This is true.
He knows how to promote. And he knows they needed some heat here.
I need a better angle. Oh, here we go. This is a better one.
Sorry, y'all. I'm getting...
No, he did this with Logan. He's fighting Jake, but he did his, he did this with Logan.
All right, I had to get the... Sorry, guys. I had to get the Bobby Marks nameplate ready real quick.
These guys are hilarious.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with them doing that bit. Like that's what it is. It's a bit.
They really are clowns. This is funny, as Jazz would say. As Jazz would say,
he's a clown.
Oh man, that was so crystal clear. Like Jazz is here. Jazz joined the show. Jazz. Whoa, Jazz. Oh, here we go. Let's see, Dorell, Bobby, where are you? There it is. We've had a blast. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we spent a lot of time talking about Drake and J. Cole and Kendrick and all this. We never mentioned the real GOAT, the real future GOAT. You heard him coming in there, Drizzy.
Okay.
I'm just saying he is.
You can keep that take. I don't want that take right now.
The guy did it again this year
because he drops an album every 3.5 minutes.
And they go #1, all of them.
They do. He ain't win a Pulitzer Prize though.
He didn't win.
He ain't do that. Kendrick Lamar did that. But I'm anxious for the J. Cole album to drop a week from tomorrow. I'm anxious for Bobby Marks to join us in about 3 minutes here. And if you want to get us on these phone lines, you can 916-349-1320. We're with you commercial free, by the way, until the top of the 4 o'clock hour. That's how we roll here. If you missed any part of today's show, you can watch it on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can subscribe to the D'Lo and Casey podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. And of course, you can listen to us live every single day on the go, right there on your smartphone, on your tablet. You can even listen to us on your desktop using Odyssey. You can go to Odyssey.com or you can just download the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320 and save us as your favorite radio station. So we've been talking all day about what the Sacramento Kings are doing this year. We've been talking all day about what the Sacramento Kings are doing right now. Their fourth win in a row. And the third, what did Deuce said this earlier, and I don't think I had this stat. This is the first time they've had an undefeated road trip.
Yeah, I saw that. It's been a long time.
I think he said 2003.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Man,
that's crazy.
Goodness. And then you throw that in with the third straight game of holding an opponent over 100 points. That's tied for the second longest streak by any team this season. So it just to kind of put in perspective, throw some more to it. No Tyrese, no De'Aaron Fox, no Harrison Barnes. How's this happening? Man, your guess is as good as mine. But I'm here for it. I'm here for the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center tomorrow night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the thing about it, Damian, is you mentioned no Tyrese, no Fox, no Bagley. They could have played really well all 4 games and went like 1-3. Like if they played really well and lost to the Lakers, nobody would bat an eye. They played really well and lost to the Mavericks, no one would bat an eye. I know Indiana now has all this stuff going on, but nobody was looking at Indiana like that.
Mm-hmm.
They got them as a team that would be a tough road game. So, man, to go 4-0 on this trip is super impressive.
Let's bring ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks. He's been writing about the Sacramento Kings and what they could do next year to end this frustrating playoff route. But before we get to that, Bobby, just curious, you've obviously been watching the Kings. You've been paying attention to them. Like, what do you think about this current 4-game winning streak that they're on without De'Aaron and Tyrese and Harrison Barnes right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to give Luke credit, right? I mean, I think that's half of the battle is when you deal with some type of adversity or you've got 2 main guys out, and you need to get Marvin back, and you've kind of looked down at who it's that next man up mentality. And I think whatever happens here, if they don't make into the play-in and time basically runs out on them, at least the team didn't quit or didn't give up. So I think that's a credit to the coach. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I know you've got New Orleans in front of them, and certainly with San Antonio was kind of in a free fall, and we'll see, right? You got to play out the games, and if you can sneak in somehow, I think it would be a tremendous story.
Yeah. Absolutely, Bobby. Now let's get into the nuts and bolts here, man, because we're trying to figure all this stuff out. The numbers are going all over the place. I don't half the time I don't even know what I'm reading because I'm hearing one cap and another one. So I definitely need your help. Let's start with the guy who's had a little bit of a renaissance right here in the last 4 games, Marvin Bagley. Obviously, he's under control for next year. He's got the $11 million or whatever. I'm of the belief a guy with his potential. 21 years old, a market like Sacramento, who's not not a revolving door of great players coming through there. I'm ready to take a chance on him for the second contract. What do you think the smart thing would be to do with Marvin Bagley for the Kings?
Well, yeah, I mean, the rookie extensions are the hardest contract to negotiate because he's not a max player, right? So you're not going to be giving him a max contract like Jason Tatum or De'Aaron, or what they did with De'Aaron, or Donovan Mitchell, Bam Adebayo. It's like those in between guys, right? And that's why you saw last December, I think there was like 6 or 7 guys got signed on the last day, day before prior to the start of the regular season. That's the deadline. And Sacramento's not negotiating against anybody. There's no offer sheet coming in. There's no team out there with cap space. It's basically they're negotiating against, a player and his agent. So it's hard for me to extend him at a big number based on, I'm not doing it based off the last couple of games here, and he's been great, and I think that's something to work towards. But the injury history we know as well, it's out there. I want to see another year, and if I've got to overpay on an offer sheet next year when he's a restricted free agent, then that's fine. I still want to, but I'm not on the other side where I'm thinking like, well, shoot, we got to get rid of this guy. Like no, like he's still. He's still a young kid. I mean, he's still trying to figure it out. And I think you hit it on the head. When you're in one of these markets, a mid-market like Sacramento, you don't just toss away guys that you picked number 2 in the draft or number 3 in the draft year. Let them develop. Let them go through the 4 years. And if there's a number that makes sense on an extension, then I think you go ahead and do it. But I don't think if you're looking to pay, if he's looking for $20 million or more there, I think you just kind of play it out and wait till he's a restricted free agent, which would be in 2022.
So if you want to write it out, Bobby, with Marvin Bagley, and I completely agree with you on that call. I think a lot of us do. The $11 million on the books there. We know that De'Aaron's contract, which you just referenced, kicks in next season. Rashawn Holmes is a free agent, and Rashawn Holmes is a guy who has started every game, since I think the 4th game in which he was here. He's been an integral part of the Sacramento Kings. Now, it hasn't necessarily led to success, but he has been a pretty consistent player. What do you do? Like, what do you think the market is for Rashawn Holmes this offseason? And how do you address that if you're Monty McNair?
Yeah, Rashawn is interesting, and we won't get all technical here, but so he's got early bird rights. He's been on the roster for 2 years. So because Sacramento is likely not going to be under the salary cap this offseason, the most they can offer is $11 million, basically the average player salary for next year. I mean, they are restricted as far as because they don't have the room to give him more. I think you could probably get a little bit more in free agency. I think he can certainly, come back. The problem with the player on an early bird is that you can't just sign him to a 1-year contract at $11 million and then sign him to a big deal the following year. Early birds are 2 years minimum on there. So that's going to be an interesting one as far as is there a team like Charlotte out there that's going to have cap space, and James Borrego has made it well known they are looking for a center out there. We'll see with teams like New York, Antonio. I don't think Miami needs them. I don't think Dallas, OKC potentially. So I think it's a matter of, is he willing to kind of take, I guess, somewhat of a hometown discount, and he's found a home there, and can you get him on a 4-year, $50 million contract where you're starting at 11 and you're kind of working your way up, and it's going to be interesting. I think that's something where you've had an advantage where you've had him for 2 years, and as I call you, basically have in-house recruited him. Mm-hmm. So I always say the grass isn't always greener when you go to these other situations, and maybe your role is a little bit different than what you are right now. So we'll be in a wait and see mode, but I do think you can get a little bit more than what Sacramento can offer. But as I said, he's been there already, and there is a comfort level with this roster.
Bobby, help me out with another situation here. I'm gonna throw some names at you, so if you need me to repeat any, just let me know. Sure. I'm gonna tell you what I want. I want Rashawn Holmes. I want Marvin Bagley. I want to re-sign Mo Harkless. Is there a world where I can get those 3 things with Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield on the roster, or do one of those guys have to move?
No, you can do it all. I mean, and you can still have your mid-level, and you'll still have your mid-level exceptions. That's the beauty of it, is that you'll operate over the cap. As I said, Holmes on early bird rights. Harkless, you can go 120% off this 3.6 number. So I mean, we'll see where his number's going to be, and you can, and you'll stay under the luxury tax, and you'll still have your $9.5 million exception to maybe go get 2 guys to add to your bench. So it's all workable there. It's certainly there, and as I wrote in the the Sacramento article, I think the front office learned a lesson with, how they built the roster. You guys watch this team a lot. It's like, the bench, when Luke's looking down the bench and you've got like 5 or 6 guys that aren't playable, that's hard. And when you have an injury and you have to rely on a guy that got drafted in the 2nd round or, a player who went undrafted a year ago, that's hard for a head coach and his staff. And they started to do it, at the trade deadline with the trade with Toronto to get, Terrence Harkless trade, signing guys like Matu and Jones at the end of the year here on really good contracts. So they've started to address that. And now you can figure out what you want to do in free agency as far as with that mid-level, and you have your biannual, so you can still add 1 or 2 pieces, and you'll have that draft pick also.
What do you think of the current the roster? Obviously, it's changed quite a bit since the trade deadline. There's been a significant more amount of depth added, which we have seen shockingly over these last 4 games. This depth has really come into play with arguably the 3 best players out. But how do you like as the roster is constructed now? How do you like it?
I like it a lot better than I did before the trade deadline. So, and no offense to Corey Joseph, I know there was some good, but I like DeLon Wright a little bit better in a different role. And I like Terrence and coming off the bench and some of these. And I wish you could see it with De'Aaron out there and at a full strength here. And if this roster was as is when we started this season, there's no reason why they're not as one of these top 10 teams as far as in the Western Conference. They're probably still in that playing at 7 to 10 range, and I think they're probably kicking themselves a little bit to have some of these games back that they kind of, the Minnesotas of the world, of the world that you wish you had them in the win column instead of in the loss column.
Yeah. Bobby, if you're running this team, and you talked about it in your article, what are you looking to add to this roster in this offseason? What do you think they really need that can take them to a playoff type level?
Well, I mean, I think you'd always want to stretch 4, to this group. I mean, perimeter shooting certainly. You need more bench, as far as bench scoring with Buddy's role. I mean, he's probably going to be your starter. I think you're okay. You're good at the guard position when you got Fox, Halbert, and you've got DeLon. We'll see what they'll add another draft pick in a really good draft.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see where that lands here. I just think it just kind of there's nothing wrong with when you have a second unit that is almost as good as your first unit as far as just kind of loading up there. When you go 10 or 11 deep, I mean, that is a huge benefit to you.
Yeah.
Bobby, you mentioned his name right out the gate. You brought him up a couple of times. This will probably be, at least we're speculating, it'll probably be, Monty McNair decision number 1 for this offseason. You got a beat for what Luke Walton's future might be in Sacramento?
Yeah, and I wrote about Luke, and when I write these articles, I'm not advocating for a coach to get fired. Like I'm writing it from the perspective of working in New Jersey and Brooklyn for 20 years and being in a spot when you inherit a head coach, right? Luke was a Vlade hire. He wasn't a Monty hire. So when you do that, of course, unless you're sitting in the number 2 seed or the number 1 seed, everyone's under the watch. Everyone is going to be evaluated here. So I think how this team has played down the stretch here, I think that's a credit to Luke. He's got, I think, 2 years left on his contract. I don't know if the Kings are in a position to start eating money in that. And I wrote about, there's been that rotating door, I mean, you go another year, you go another 2 years and just see if with a better bench, this roster can take that next level. But on the other end, the one thing you don't want to do, and I saw it in Brooklyn, is to let a coach go in the middle of the season, and it just sets you back forever. Then you're just unless we got lucky with PJ one year and he came in and went 34-19, but it's just a hard transition when you're elevating an assistant coach mid-season. Team knows he's just an interim guy, unless you've got a guy like Nate McMillan on your staff, and maybe we'll see there. But that's my big thing with if you're going to ride with Luke, then be firm with it, right? So when if there's adversity next year and you get off to a 5-11 start, don't be quick to pull the trigger there, knowing that you could have probably done that in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Bobby Marks, front office insider for ESPN, man. Thanks for joining us. Great work over on ESPN Plus as always, man. We appreciate a couple minutes of your time.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Bobby Marks again, ESPN front office insider. Great stuff over there on ESPN that you can check out. He really does go, and this is his specialty. Like, he is locked in to every team. He does his research, and as he talked about, this isn't a blurb in a bigger article where he's writing about all 30 teams. Like, this is written about the Sacramento Kings.
He did some deep dive.
The coaching thing is funny because, and I gave you a hard time about this earlier this year because of course it worked in my favor. So of course I was going to talk about it. Was the Nate McMillan thing?
Yeah.
The fact is, there aren't a lot of those.
Mm-hmm.
But what I worry about, and I should have, I think I should double, triple fact check this here real quick. But we talked about, the fictitious boxes if you're going to be the coach of a team, and what boxes do you have to check to be a head coach? Like, what are the things that really kind of put you over top? And it's reminding me of, because the first box we checked right out the gate was his relationship with players.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, I think it was Earl Watson was he was strongly advocated for by Phoenix Suns players. Like, he was an interim coach, and he was strongly advocated for by Phoenix Suns players. He got in there, and it never really worked. Like, it never really worked. And then, in his final season, he got fired 3 games into the season.
Yeah.
But they lost like 2 games by 40.
Yeah.
So it was pretty bad. But he never, he was liked, he was respected, but it never took off. Like, it never worked. So it was like, it's cool to check that box. It's cool to have players advocating for you. It's cool to have great relationships with these guys. But what else is important here? Like, is Luke's relationship with De'Aaron Fox that Ramona Shelburne told us about? Is that so? And even maybe he has a great relationship with, 7 of the 9 players in rotation. And I'm not saying he has bad relationships with the other 2. I'm saying 7 of them are great. Is it so great that they is like, I can't play for another coach other than Luke Walton? Like, is that where De'Aaron's at? Is that where, the Kings as a whole might be at? Because with Monty, you have these are conversations that have to be had as the season, winds down in a couple of months after the championship run is over.
Yeah. And I look at,
I love how you completely no-sold that.
After I started talking, I thought, championship run.
Yeah, I mean, we're there, right? 4 in a row. Like, hey, be the first team to ever get win the championship from the playing game.
The first team, are they going to be? Are you the Jerry Krause here? Luke Walton's a championship. We fire him.
Wow. Is this the last dance? The last dance for the Sacramento Kings. Luke can save his job if you know what, Luke, you know who else saved their job by winning a championship?
Who's that?
Joseph Flacco.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let that marinate in your craw a little bit.
And you ignoring why that is a very sensitive subject to me.
Ooh, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't a shot. That's my bad. My apology.
I can't believe they lost to the Ravens. The Ravens were probably like the 5th best team in the league that year. The Niners were you want to talk about how right now I say they got the best roster in football. I wish we had D'Lo and KC back in 2012. Clearly the best roster in football. Like, they were so.
Partner, I'm sorry. Come back. Come back. Come here.
I was going there.
Look at me. I'm Dave Chappelle right now. Come on. Come on. I got you. We could fire off those 2015 49ers takes later. It's all right. Breathe. That's my fault. That's my fault. I shouldn't have brought up that quarterback in this totally fictitious in this completely fictitious situation about the Sacramento Kings winning the championship this year. But it doesn't have to be a championship. Like, no. We're looking at the way that we're playing, that we're looking at the way that the Kings are playing, and it's like, hey, is he stalled things out a little bit here?
I think all things considered, good and the bad. There's been bad. I'm not saying that there have, But to your question yesterday, all things considered, I think he deserves an opportunity to start the season. Now, what Bobby Mark said makes a lot of sense, though. Changing a coach in the middle of the season. Yesterday, I came on here and I said, you could just fire him in the middle of the season. I get why you wouldn't do that. I understand. You know what I mean? But I think you got somebody like Alvin Gentry on the bench where if you needed to go to him, it'd be okay. I do. So, but I do understand, like, if you want to jumpstart your process of having your program, if you're Monty McNair and you don't believe Luke Walton is the guy, you make the move in all season. You don't give it 10 games at the beginning of next year to find out. But you come up with the gap year stuff. You come up with the roster he was presented with to start the season. Then you see what he's been able to do with the new roster.
With a better roster.
Maybe that gives a little hope that, next year everything will be all good. Or better, I should say.
Is Alvin Gentry essentially like the backup quarterback? Like, think about how we're talking about Alvin. Alvin, tremendously respected across the league. You will not find a single individual on the planet who will say a bad thing about Alvin Gentry. Because I don't believe you will find a single individual on the planet who will say a bad thing about Alvin Gentry. And we know that he's here as, Luke Walton's assistant. We know that he's been a head coach in the past. But he's been a head coach in the past with, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say minimal success.
Yeah, he's only been successful really one time.
Right. And other than I think the number I used to have, like, he's only won like 40 or more games once. And I think the number is actually lower than that in terms of the number of games. I think maybe like 38 or 39 or somewhere around there. But we're quick to, if it doesn't work out, you put Alvin Gentry in there. We've been talking about that all year. It's like, okay, so what does that mean? Like, essentially, the only thing separating Luke Walton from Alvin Gentry right now is experience and one successful season. Luke hasn't had that successful season. Some would argue he was on his way to it. But that, the people love to point out, you pointed this out yesterday, well, the Lakers were fourth with LeBron James. LeBron James had, like, the coach with the best record in the league got fired. May I reintroduce you to David Blatt? The Lakers probably could have won a championship that year. If LeBron was like, that's not my guy, guess what?
You got to go.
Luke ain't the guy.
You got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there is that. I know one of the things that kind of shocked me and had my attention is when I asked them if they can keep everybody that they want to keep and still have Barnes and Buddy. And he said, absolutely. And I wasn't prepared for that. That's a big sign. And that leads to another question.
Mm-hmm.
If this team came back, presently constituted with one or two, and I'm not saying like an all-star, like a
draft pick and a mid-level guy. Yep, I got you.
Something like that. Mm-hmm. Would you be okay with that?
Would I be okay with it?
Yeah. Do you think like I have a missed opportunity this offseason or something like that?
Well, that's a tough. I think those are two different things. I'm going to take away the missed opportunity. No, I don't think I'd love that. I wouldn't be excited. I'm excited going into the offseason. I'm excited going into tomorrow. Whatever happens to tomorrow, cool. Like, I'm excited for it.
Right.
I'll be excited for Sunday's game. It's probably going to be a couple of days. We might. You talk about Thursday. It might be next Thursday that I'm not excited about the Kings anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see them win. I want to see them play. It feels like there's still a little bit of meaning to this, but I don't know that I'd go. I'm excited about the offseason, about what Monty can do. If what Monty does is just bring back this roster, it's like, okay. So what's the record post trade deadline? Is that what we're looking at, and then trying to maximize that over 82 games? Because that doesn't feel. I don't know. But of course they got Louis the King now. So, that could just, 74 wins could be on the way. I want to throw this out really quick. It got my attention, and I'm sure it's going to pop up here in the chat very, very soon. Our man, Chris Biederman, just wrote, Richard Sherman and the 49ers have had preliminary conversations about returning to San Francisco. He's also been talking to the Seahawks. So there have been rumors that that it was down to the Seahawks and the San Francisco 49ers. it looks like we could have a decision from Richard Sherman coming up here very soon.
I heard him on First Take yesterday, and he was more than open and excited about the possibility of coming back to San Francisco. So with the cornerback position, being what it is, I would gladly welcome Richard Sherman back in a 49er uniform. Uncle Sherm.
I derailed us there a little bit. I apologize, but I know that was going to stop popping up here in the chat, and it was going to start popping up on people's push notifications. So I wanted to bring that to you. I'll throw the same question back to you, Buddy, Harrison, hell, Rashawn. It's funny. Charlotte's name is coming up a lot. Like when it comes to Rashawn Holmes, Charlotte's name is coming up a lot. Run it back. Are you excited?
Am I excited? Well, I guess if I got to take that long, I guess the short answer is no. But I wouldn't be upset with it. I won't be upset. Now, I don't want Buddy as a starter. If you can move him to that bench.
Yep. Non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. He's got to.
And have Tyrese in. There's your shooting guard. You bring Mo Harkless back. You got Marvin Bagley for another year. I know I talk about you can't really rely on him, but he would be your starting power forward. Harrison at the 3. I like
can't
that.
Rely on him. This is core. This is core. Core is the center of everything. He's core.
He's core. You got to figure out what you got to do with that second contract. Come to a deal, because you got to take that. You got to roll that dice right there. He's core.
So let's look at it. Let's look at it in a different way. We did this with our completely fictitious Monty McNair, Marvin Bagley meeting. Let's try presenting it to people differently. Like if you're listening right now and you're like, yo, you're running it back. You're bringing the same players back just because they fit into the cap. You couldn't go get it. Monty couldn't get anything done in free agency. Cheryl from Elk Grove will have Monty's head if he doesn't get anything done in free agency. But if we present it to you differently, like, all right, we saw that. We look at what De'Aaron Fox did this year. Look at how he performed post All-Star game. Look at how he performed in the second half of the season. Now you're going to have that guy around for the entire season. COVID situation is going to be different. We're going to be playing 82 games. We're going to have a more regular NBA season coming up this year. You imagine what De'Aaron Fox is going to be like now? Think about that. And Tyrese Halliburton. How good was Tyrese his rookie year? Now he's got an NBA offseason under his belt. We all know how smart Tyrese is. It's one of his most endearing qualities.
Yes.
He's a smart player. He's going to be in that film. He's going to be in the weight room. He's going to be on the court. And yeah, we still got Buddy here. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to put Tyrese Halliburton into the starting lineup, and we're going to put the second. It's Steph Curry and it's Buddy Hield. And we're going to put Buddy Hield on the bench, and he is going to be the scorer coming from our bench right there, and he's going to be playing alongside a guy like Dorell Wright, and he's going to be playing alongside the toughness of Mo Harkless, and we've got Harrison Barnes, who's the rock here of the organization, and then the coup de grace. You've been waiting for this breakout season all year. Well, here he is in the final year of his rookie deal, what will absolutely be the biggest season of Marvin Bagley's career. You love the way that he ended last year. Wait till you get a load of what he's going to do this year. Now I just gave you a bunch of BS. Like all I did was put stupid voices and a whole bunch of words on stuff. But think about how we're talking about Marvin Bagley right now.
Yeah.
Think about all of the roses we've handed out to Buddy Hield today.
I know, right?
You start looking at the lineup, you start looking at the roster a little bit differently if you frame each player in their best light. Frame Marvin in his best light. Harrison in his best light, who was having a career year, right? Until he had to move to the 4 spot. Frame Tyrese as a full-time 82-game starter, along with De'Aaron Fox. Now you've got Buddy Hield on the bench. You have a solid point guard option now in Dorell Wright. Hell, we saw what he's done in that position with De'Aaron Fox out. Now you can frame the whole conversation differently. I don't particularly like it, but if you frame everybody in their best light, you can look at this team and go, that's not bad. And it doesn't even count Louis the King and Shemezi Metu. Doesn't even count Louis the King and Freeport Metu.
But hey, look,
Sixth man of the year.
I've said I've been on record saying not that far away, and that is pretty much the definition of not being that far away. Like I think I don't want to say their bench is set because maybe there's a couple things here and there, but the bench is
it's it's good.
Yeah, the bench is cool. You go with Dorell Wright, and if you have Buddy Hield coming as your shooting guard,
that's the key.
Mo Harkless coming as your 3. You know, maybe you get Terrence Davis involved in there somehow. Metu.
Yeah,
Damian Jones. I mean, the book's still out on Damian Jones still, but I like what he brings to the table.
But you need a big body because if the idea is like, I think one thing, because you talked about going in and upgrading players, like can we get a guy here who you did the Buddy CJ swap, that type of thing. I know this boils down to money. At least we think it boils down to money. You ain't upgrading Rashawn Holmes.
No.
That upgrade isn't out there.
No.
I mean, not that the Kings can go get.
Right.
You ain't upgrading Rashawn Holmes. Like, you've got to make sure that you get him back here.
And this is where these things happen. And Bobby broke down what they could offer. You got to believe they had a conversation at the trade deadline. Somebody did. I'm not saying they did anything illegal, but somebody that speaks for somebody and somebody that speaks for somebody else had a conversation like, look, this is what we can give you. Are you good with that? Are you good? I know I'm going to give you a scenario. If somebody comes to you with 15, 16, are you good with this? Because if you're not, we got to move you. And he might have said, I can do that, and decided to move accordingly.
But it's not move you, it's you were gonna leave. They ain't trading him.
No, I'm saying at the trade deadline they had this
conversation.
Oh,
I got you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I got you. Okay.
At the trade deadline, they had this conversation like, look, this is what you're looking at. This is what we can do. Is that cool? If it's cool, we're gonna keep you and move forward. If not, we gotta let you go now. Because he's gonna get more than $11 million a year. I think he's going to get offered. I think he's going to get.
You think that happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, to be honest with you, Monty and these guys wouldn't be doing their job if that didn't happen. I think.
You're putting a player in a tough spot there, though. You're not. Okay, first of all, you're not saying that to the player.
Right.
You're saying that to his representative.
Right.
Representative is taking to his player. They're working it out. They're looking at it's an agent's responsibility to bring, okay, Rashawn, here's the financials for Charlotte. Here's the financials for, Dallas and all of the different teams that Bobby mentioned there a couple of moments ago. Here are the financials for all of them. In all likelihood, here's Charlotte. In all likelihood, here's Dallas, Toronto, these different teams.
Right.
And you've got to figure like what's best case scenario for Rashawn Holmes. Everyone seems to be hitting that 15 million mark for Rashawn Holmes as best case scenario. So what's worse? Like the worst case scenario has to be what the Kings can offer them just because of you can't go over the cap. You can't be in the luxury tax and, be attempting to break a 15-year playoff drought.
Right.
You break it and you want to figure
champions. Either one.
Well, there's that.
But I would even say this, like there's a certain level of risk involved, and maybe I'd be a bad GM. I don't know. A lot of people probably say I'd be a bad GM, but I would say to the representative, like, look, I'm gonna be real with you. Somebody comes with 18, 20, do what you got to do.
Take it.
Right? Do what you got to do. But if it's close, if it's 11 compared to 13, or even 11 to 14, would you go with the 11? And if they gave me the yes,
but also you maybe frame it differently because it's not 11 compared to 13. It's compared to, like it's a difference of over 4 years, $8 million. It's like, you're talking about an $8 million difference, $2 million per year, 4 years. You're talking about an $8 million difference. You willing to let that $8 million over the next 4 years go? It sounds different. Yeah. You know what I mean? What's the big difference? 11 million, 13 million. What's the big difference? We can't comprehend getting a paycheck that is that's the 52-week equivalent of $11 million. Sure we can't. So it's easy for us. Oh, just give that up. But when you recognize, imagine looking back at your earning potential. Man, I gave up $8 million to play for the Sacramento Kings. That's tough, man.
It is.
That's tough.
It is. But, you know.
And then you look at Charlotte. It's not like Charlotte's trash.
No.
Charlotte's on the come up.
Like LaMelo Ball,
man,
you know, who's one of the up and coming stars out here. But
LaMelo had that Chris Paul effect. Rashawn Holmes all of a sudden turned into, you know, Clint Capella, DeAndre Jordan, leading the league in field goal percentage every year.
Right. Yeah. Now I'll say this though, and it's you know, I'm biased to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But there's been a relationship forged here, and this stuff no matter when look. $20 million on the table. I love y'all. I'll come back here in the offseason and do a basketball camp. Okay. Yeah. I absolutely get that.
Yeah.
But there has been a relationship forged here with Rashawn, this fan base, his family, and it's been organic. It wasn't like a recruiting pitch. Mm-hmm. It wasn't like that. It was from the moment he came on here. Yo, we like this guy. Mm-hmm. We like him. We gonna champion this guy. And they showed him love. He showed them love. And hey, it could be the same way somewhere else, but like Bobby said, there's something to the grass isn't always greener on the other side type deal.
Yeah.
Them dollars still green though.
and then it so
or blue, one of the two, blue.
it's what type of player are you? What's important? Like what type of person? Like what's important to you? We've both said this. This is likely Rashawn's contract.
Mm-hmm.
Like the contract. Everything after what he's about to sign, well, you know, I'm not going to go so far as to say, you know, minimums, but this is his big contract. This is the chance to make the money that is going to set him and his family for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
For me, he don't owe it to anybody to give up less, to give up, but in what's important to him. When he looks at, you know, and I'm making numbers, but when he looks at 44 versus 52, what's important to him? When he looks at 44 versus 54, what's important to him? Because if he said the money,
gotta go.
Would be for me too.
Gotta go.
Yeah, you deserve it. You earned it. You earned it. It ain't your fault that this team can't pay you that.
Right.
It's not your fault. You did your part. You exceeded beyond expectations, way beyond expectations. Get that money. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
So it's tough, man. That's going to be a tough thing for Monty McNair to navigate. One of the many difficult things that Monty McNair is going to navigate. But I know one thing. We're back tomorrow for the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center.
I'm going to run wild.
He didn't let it play. I was ready. I'm going to be Ric Flair.
All night long. I'm going to be Ric Flair all night long. Chi-County, the world champion. I'm ready now.
Woo! Love it. Absolutely love it, man. We had fun today talking about the Sacramento Kings. It's fun when the team wins, man. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll get you ready for the biggest game. I feel like, remember when they had the greatest wrestling match of all time?
Wow.
That's what this feels like. The biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center.
The biggest season ever in the NFL.
The biggest season ever, indeed. I saw the commercial for the first time. The Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs. We'll get you ready for that. Thanks for everybody who is riding with us on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you hit the thumbs up before you go. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you missed any part of the show, Deuce and Mo, thanks to them. Bobby Marks, thanks to them. Thanks to Dorell Wright for joining us as well. You can catch all those interviews on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. Just search D'Lo and Casey. We got you, and make your plans to be back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Yeah.
Y'all was in there deep today.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think we did for like a split second and then got right back. Thank you to our new member in the Twitch or YouTube. Sorry, that's YouTube. Thank you to our new follower in YouTube. Please hit the thumbs up, ma'am, before you leave, and subscribe.
Whoever that is, they were committed to this bit because
man,
the everything, the terminology was just on point.
Like City of Trees. Did you just start watching? Like, I'm like Eminem at the end of the rap. Tell me something we don't know. Like, we know, we recognize it. We're not big fans of that. Like, but they got us. Like, you talking about Ric Flair. Ric Flair's a race. Ric Flair's the one you're worried about? Bro, I'm going to send you some videos. Don't watch him at work. Bro, you notice did they put the Roddy Piper half black, half white thing in that documentary? I don't remember it making the documentary. Huh? Yeah, I don't think they did either.
He's got one on Annie.
Piper? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got one.
Yeah.
I'm about to check that out. See what Piper talking about. See if it's all figment of my imagination. How I feel about Piper.
Remember these got a lot of WWE control in them.
Mm-hmm.
So
I thought they kind of dove in a little bit on the Macho Man one. That's the only one I've seen so far.
Did they talk about the Stephanie rumor?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. I saw the second half of it. I got to watch.
It probably would have been mentioned in the second half.
But they talked about I don't know if it was a girlfriend or whatever. She got on there and started talking about like he was a stalker, like, because the thought is that he was like abusive to Elizabeth, and it was always like he wasn't abusive, but he was intense, like super intense. That's the thought of it. I don't know what really happened, but
no, I had never heard he was abusive. I heard he was, well, I guess you could call this, he was controlling.
Yeah, that's
he didn't like people around
or controlling
Elizabeth. Yeah,
yeah. And the new girlfriend like alluded to that. She was like, yeah, said he was like watching her house and stuff like that, like through camera.
Yeah, his brother Lanny Poffo says he a lot of that stuff is over exaggerated. It's not true, but it's a little over exaggerated. And he didn't really change till he met the woman that he married,
his high school sweetheart, and got back together.
I met Macho, bro. I met him. It was the thrill, such a freaking thrill. He came through, and there was this wild moment where I didn't know what was happening. He came through because he did the rap record.
Yeah.
He came to the studio with DJ Cool. And so he walks in and I'm like, yo, it's Macho Man. And like, he's Macho Man. And then a dude walks in behind him and I'm like, yo, what is, yo? And then like they did the whole thing together, which was, and I'm positive I got a picture somewhere with the both of them.
Wow.
Beep, two-way pager, like on my belt, phone clip to the outside, like the biggest douchebag on the planet.
Big shorts with terry cloth or velour.
False. Just to kill your whole theory. I had on Sean John jeans, a Sean John belt, and a Sean John shirt tucked in.
Oh, come on.
It probably wasn't 44, besides 38.
Come on.
38. I love them jeans too.
Or just
no, the whole shirt was tucked in. I had to show off the belt.
Yeah, but that's when you just put the front in.
Nah,
like hanging out.
That's how you do it now.
No, that's how they do. But
that's how you started doing it in the late 2000s. I tucked that joint in. Had the bag flare. Boy, I couldn't tell me nothing. Probably had like multiple chains on, bracelet. Again,
I'm always down for a couple.
Douchebag Central. I gotta find that picture of me and the Macho Man and
Thursday
DJ Cool. Yeah, that can go in the story. That ain't going on the static timeline. He let that was always one of my favorite clips when the Cobra bit him.
Oh.
You never saw when the Cobra bit the Macho Man?
No, like Jake the Snake?
Yes. Remember when Jake the Snake stopped carrying around and he started carrying around the Cobra. And
I don't remember.
And he had Macho Man tied up in the ropes, and the Cobra was supposed to like snatch at him. They had defanged it, and it was supposed to like snatch at the Macho Man, but it got him. And it just like, it started doing like this. And Jake is trying to get the Cobra off him, and he starts slapping it. He starts slapping the Cobra, and he can't get it off. He can't get the Cobra off. And finally they remove it. Macho Man's arm's all bloody.
What?
And he said that Cobra better be defanged. Like McMahon is all in. Like it was so good. Like it's like they put the sensor thing on it, so you couldn't see the Cobra. You YouTube it. It's one of my favorite clips as a kid.
Oh, let's talk about him.
It's so good.
Inappropriate.
So good. I absolutely love that. I loved that clip. Man, Apple photos need some improvement.
That's crazy.
Because he was he wanted a more dangerous looking snake.
That's crazy.
So he switched
this right now.
He switched to the Cobra.
I am afraid of snakes. Let's just put it that way. I do not like snakes.
They say Jake would tell stories. See. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yep. Iceberg is right. It wasn't defanged. It was devenomized. That's what he said. That Cobra better be devenomized. Yeah, it's just eating the Macho Man's arm.
Yo,
it's just
crazy.
It's going to town on the Macho Man's arm.
It is.
Yep.
Jake is trying to shake him off right now.
Yep.
Oh, hell no.
Yep. Gosh, I hate Apple Photos. That picture's got to be in here somewhere. I just can't find it.
Oh,
that Cobra better be devenomized. Vince McMahon, the announcer, was so bad. It's great.
Oh, I loved him. I loved it.
So bad.
Yo, that is
1, 2. He got him. No, he didn't.
1, 2. We got a new champion. Oh, he kicks out.
It's the change in the voice for me. That's what it is. It's like he goes like this. Really, what a maneuver! It's because he doesn't know the name of the move.
You're right.
Damn, dude, I was a terrible dresser, man.
Oh, you found the picture?
No, not that picture. Just I'm just looking at pictures. Like I got like a Jordan suit. It's probably like 6X.
Yeah. The Jordan warm-up suit that was really, really big was one of my. I had about 3 of those.
Yeah, dude, just like, come on, fam. Like, act like you got some sense. I feel like I didn't like really start dressing with style till like 4 years ago.
I feel the same way. You know what I
maybe a little bit longer ago.
Well, I mean, it was still style, but it's just that the style back then was bad. But I really felt like I hit my stride when they stopped wearing baggy clothes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, this works.
Yeah.
This works. This hits for me.
The only thing that I like wearing like kind of baggy is like hoodies.
See, even I like those. Jazz gets on me all the time because she's like, stop wearing these small ass clothes. Thing. But yeah.
Oh, Kyle says I went to high school during the tall era. The t-shirt down to the knees.
The tall white tee was crazy.
You used to go to them little shops where you get like 6 tees for $10.
Yeah, man. You go right over in the SD Mart over on back road.
and those great t-shirt shops was always in the hood, like every time. Every time, like the hood had the whitest tees. I don't know what it was, but the hood.
When they came with the Pro Club and them joints wouldn't shrink on you. Pro Club was like Gucci. You got a Pro Club shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna find this picture. I'll put it on IG stories.
Yeah, everything was big and baggy on, and I was like super skinny. So I'd have these big old shorts that went down to the middle of my shins and these little sticks for legs.
Me and Bonzi Wells. What club is that?
What? No, put that one up on the screen right now.
Oh man, come on. Come on. Oh man. Hold on. All right. All right, hang on. Shit, is me. This is one of Bonzi's first nights here. And here we are in all of its glory.
Oh, you was the man.
There it is.
The man. Oh,
yeah.
Great. At the button.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's not terrible. It's not terrible.
Jay-Z told us to wear the button up.
I think that's Avalon. I think that's what that is. Yeah, I think that's Avalon.
Yeah, you straight.
Okay.
You straight.
All right. If I could find, there's worse in here. See what do we got? Oh, here's a good. It's a good one. It's a good one. Me and Jordan.
Oh, Jordan Sparks.
Jordan Sparks got another one. Good here. Good one here with me and Alicia.
Wow, Alicia Keys was in. They look the same.
Yeah, there's some good ones in there. I have some good ones.
Give me a crisp.
This is one of my favorite pictures ever. I manipulated this a little bit. It's from one of our Cinco de Mayo concerts. My man Status took this picture while I was introduced. That's one of my 15,000. First time I'd ever been in front of a crowd that big. Yep. That's that exact show. Sure is.
Wow. Them Cinco de Mayo things were
whoa, man.
Big. I think I only went to like one of them, but they were big time. Wow.
Yeah, they were a blast. You got lots of pictures from those shows.
D-Lo with the Throwback Thursday.
Yeah, some good ones in here. Some good ones in here.
I think I might have one in the computer. Hold on, let me see what I got. A lot of my stuff
has a Paris Hilton picture.
A lot of my stuff is on like flash drives and stuff. Oh, I got one. You guys aren't gonna like this one. But when I say I'm not a hater, I mean not a hater. Let's see. Oh no, I can't do it that way.
I don't know how we got to. Oh, I was looking for the Macho Man picture. Now I'm looking. Now my entire everything is flooded with dog pictures. Here's the first picture I took of Smoothie. Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at my girl.
Oh,
that's my baby. That's my baby right there. The fact that 84 of you are still here, man. I can't stress how much we love you for this. Like, it's just there's just this, no words.
Right.
No words.
Nah, I'll post it. I got a bunch of Throwback Thursday stuff. But basically, it's me in a Kobe jersey.
Ooh, okay.
Kobe 24.
Kobe.
And it's like a size 56. No, it's actually 54. Yeah, 54.
Oh, man. Kobe.
Oh.
Kobe. All right. Let's let y'all ride.
Yeah, we got a baseball
Let y'all ride. All right. Well, this was fun. We'll find some more pictures to share with y'all.
Yes, indeed.
All right, man. Y'all were super strong today, man. Thanks again for all the support here in the chat. I think Kenny's getting that look. It's time to go. Party's over. Kenny getting that look. You know what that means. Anytime Kenny looks off camera that long, it's over.
It's Carter.
Mama came home and said, boy, let's go. Love y'all, man. See you tomorrow.
Y'all take it.